Hey folks, Hyrulian here, and welcome back to Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. I'm here with the Season 2 Supercut of all of my individual episodic reviews for the Adventure Time episodes in Season 2, combined into one super massive video or podcast for your listening enjoyment. In this video/podcast, you'll find every single episode of Adventure Time in Season 2 hand-reviewed by me and spliced together for your easy listening on whatever platform you prefer, whether it be YouTube, where you get the benefit of having timestamps for each episode, or on an audio-only platform like Spotify or Apple Podcasts or that kind of thing. There's lots of options for you. And if for some reason you want to catch Season 3's episodic reviews as they're releasing, you can find my Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time block recording episodes, where I review about 5 episodes of the show in one podcast over on my podcast channels as well. It's a really, really good way to kind of get the whole reviewing experience that I'm getting while I'm watching the show. So if you want to watch along with me, head on over to Spotify and subscribe to the Switched podcast or any other podcast platform. Obviously, links to that will be in the description. But folks, without further ado, let's head into Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Season 2 of Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. I'm your host, Hyrulian, and before we get into this block of episode reviews, I just wanted to do a little preface and thank everybody who supported the Season 1 Supercut that I uploaded to YouTube. I had a lot of fun editing that one, and it took my computer like an entire 12-hour span to actually render that entire 6-hour video. And it is the single longest YouTube video that I've ever uploaded to YouTube. So very, very interesting, monumental moment for me in my YouTube hobbyist career. And I just wanted to say I appreciate everybody who checked that video out. A lot of effort went into it, and a lot of fun for me came out of it. So I've been really, really happy with how this project's been going so far, and I just wanted to say before this episode began, if you came from YouTube, from the Season 1 Supercut, and decided you wanted to check out the podcast to hear each of the episodes' individual reviews early before the entire Supercut of Season 2 comes out, I appreciate you. Welcome. And and if you're watching this on the Season 2 Supercut, I do record and upload 5 episode chunks to my podcast channel. You can search up Switched Podcast on Spotify, or go to my fancy schmancy all-in-one social media URL at hyruli.net, HYRULI.net. That's where I kind of have it to redirect all of my socials and everything, so you can find me across the web on TikTok, on YouTube, on Spotify for the Switched Podcast, and pretty much anywhere else. Sometimes I tweet things, sometimes I have a blog that I update on coffee, but you can see all my links by going onto your web browser of choice and just searching up hyruli.net. But either way, thank you to everyone who's been supporting this series. It's been a really, really fun journey so far, and I've been loving watching this show with you guys, and I've been loving reviewing and getting invested in the different characters and everything as well. So it's been really, really fun. But without further ado, folks, let's hop into our coverage of Season 2, starting with Season 2, Episode 1, It Came from the Nightosphere. So Season 2, Episode 1 stars Finn and Marceline in their first kind of specifically duo episode. Jake barely appears in this episode, and this really is an episode focused on the friendship of Finn and Marceline, which is great because we're just off the heels of that henchman episode from Season 1. Which kind of introduced the idea of them being friends, and I think it was a really, really good intro for this episode. So this episode just opens up with Finn and Marceline hanging out. Finn and Marceline enter her house in the cave that was introduced in Season 1 when Marceline was first introduced, And basically the reason they're hanging out is because Finn's agreed to help Marceline record a song. So when they show up in her house, he pulls out his tape recorder connected to a microphone, and he starts throwing down a little beatbox for her while she plays her guitar and sings some really depressing lyrics about her strained relationship with her father. And this episode ends up being a pretty good deep dive into the lore behind Marceline's dad, because basically we don't really get an actual name for him. We're just referring to him as Marceline's dad in this episode. But we kind of learn that while Marceline's mom was somebody she looked back on as like very caring and very, very sweet and very, very wholesome, her dad is somebody that she's always had a very strained relationship with. And recently, in the last many years that they haven't been talking, it's been because she purchased some fries and her dad ate her fries, which she kind of laments in this new song that she's recording with Finn about how she's sad because her dad ate her fries. And basically Finn kind of hears these lyrics and he kind of stops doing his little beatboxing thing, and he's like, hey Marceline, if you're so sad about your dad and like you miss him, why don't you go talk to him? And she's like, I don't really want to see him because it'd be a lot of steps, you know. I'd have to draw a smiley face on the ground and throw some milk on it, and then I'd have to say like this really fancy magical spell, and she actually says the magic spell, and all the while Finn is actually straight up drawing the smiley face on the ground, pouring the milk over it, and when she says the magic spell, it activates the summoning circle and summons Marceline's dad from the Nightosphere into the land of Oo. And from what I can tell, the Nightosphere really seems to be like basically hell at this point. I don't know if it's outwardly confirmed, but this guy comes out from the Nightosphere, Marceline's dad, and he's like a creepy looking vampire guy in a suit, and he's got a really, really like, hey Marceline, it's me, your father, like a really proper kind of male voice. And when he shows up, he sees Marceline's turn the family axe into a bass guitar, and he says, you don't respect this bass guitar, you don't respect this axe enough, Marceline. And he takes the axe, and she's like, Dad, what the fuck, don't take my axe. And he's like, I can't talk right now, honey. I've got some work to do. I've got to go suck out all the souls in the land of Oo. So he kind of just leaves Marceline's house, now free of the Nightosphere, able to go suck out all the fresh souls of the citizens of the land of Oo. And inadvertently, by trying to help Marceline, Finn has set the land of Oo on a path of danger, because they're basically at risk of having their souls sucked out by the evil man from the Nightosphere, who we currently only know as Marceline's dad. And basically this episode revolves around Marceline and Finn kind of tailing him, and there's some altercations between Marceline and her dad, where they kind of fight a couple different times in the episode, and then she basically just tells him to fuck off, and then they kind of split up, but Finn convinces her to keep following him because they need to stop him, and they need to stop him from sucking out all the souls, and Marceline wants her bass guitar back, so she's agreeing to help out. And they meet up a couple other times, but the final confrontation near the end of the episode basically culminates in Marceline getting her guitar back, and she's ready to just go as far away from her dad as possible, and Finn still needs her help to get the souls released from Marceline's dad, because he sucked up all these different creatures' souls. And so Marceline's like, nah, I got my guitar, I got what I'm here for, I'm fucking out of here, I don't want to be around my dad anymore, I have a bad relationship with him. So Finn reaches into his backpack and pulls out the tape recorder with Marceline's song and plays it, and when Marceline's dad hears it, they have kind of a rekindling moment, also not, but kind of. And basically they kind of reach an understanding, and Marceline's dad says he's sorry about the fries, and they weren't even very good, they were cold, and they kind of make pseudo amends, but then Finn stabs him. And Finn stabs him and cuts all the way down his chest, and all of the souls are released from his body, and the land of Oo is saved. And there's a funny part at the end of the episode here. After Finn cuts Marceline's dad down, he quickly redraws the summoning circle from earlier in the episode, and Marceline's dad is cast back into the Nightosphere, and Finn goes, "See you in the Nightosphere, you sick freak." And then he's like cheering and jumping, and Marceline just had this heartfelt moment where she almost broke through and started having a good relationship with her dad again. But then Finn kind of pseudo-ruined it. I mean, for a good reason, though. And Finn's like, "Oh, shit, I'm sorry, Marceline." And she's like, "I was just about to rekindle with my father, Finn, what the fuck?" And then she's like, "No, it's probably for the best that he's back in the Nightosphere." And then the episode ends. So that's sort of, it came from the Nightosphere in a nutshell. Here are some other things I want to talk about from said episode. Was this a filler episode? I said no, because it introduced Marceline's dad, and I don't recall with 100% certainty, but I do believe he shows up again later in the series. He seems like he's going to be an important character for Marceline's backstory either way. I did not spot the snail, but there was probably the most throwaway of throwaway fart joke gags. Basically, throughout this episode, Finn is wearing his iconic clothing, his blue shirt and his shorts and his white hat, but with a twist, because his shirt pocket, well, he has a shirt pocket now, when before he did not have a shirt pocket. And so all this episode, we're seeing Finn going around with this blue shirt with a shirt pocket, and we're like, what the actual fuck's going on with that? And the payoff is at the end of the episode, Marceline asks him, and he says, "Oh, my shirt pocket? Jake's in there." And he pulls it open, and Jake's shrunken down, and he's just chilling in the shirt pocket. And when Finn opens it, Jake flips over and farts, and then the episode ends. So that was the whole point of the shirt pocket gag. Now, some other things that I noted as well in this episode, I didn't really spot any particular cute moments, but there was a cool moment when Finn found a random-ass sword on the ground, and the sword looked really, really badass. And he used it to fight Marceline's dad. That was pretty cool. And then when Finn and Marceline are kind of floating to go over and find Marceline's dad, Finn goes, "Hey, Marceline, you want to tell me how I can kill this guy?" And Marceline's like, "Finn, you can't kill my dad." And he's like, "Sorry, I didn't mean anything." And she's like, "No, you literally can't kill my dad. He's deathless." That was a funny little gag. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Some other funny things that happened. There was this, like, soft person, different from the other soft person that was in the previous episode. And, like, the soft people were playing with balls in a field, like, throwing them and catching them and that kind of thing. And Marceline's dad walks up to one, and he goes, "Who the fluff are you?" And Marceline's dad goes, "Well, I'm sure not the guy who's going to suck out your soul." And the fluffy guy goes, "Oh, good, because that's like one of my number one fears." And Marceline's dad follows that up with, "Oh, then this is about to be all the more terrifying." And then he sucks out his soul. A lot of scenes with Marceline's dad are just funny from the standpoint that he has like a really, really normal guy voice, but he's doing all this weird and creepy ass shit. So there's that for you. Other things that happen, the manly men reappear in this episode, and basically Marceline's dad goes and tries to intimidate them because he's going to suck out their soul, and he's like, "Do you know who I am?" And the manly men, the leader of the manly men is like, "You're a mama?" And he's like, "That's right, I'm your mama." That was, I don't know, it was noteworthy. And the Ice King also is in this episode for a moment because Marceline's dad tried to suck up Gunter's soul, but he's like talking to him, and he's like, "You're one of the most evil creatures I've ever laid my eyes on. Offer me your soul, Dark One." And Gunter's like, "No, give me your soul." And he's like, "Oh, you can't have my soul. Fine, keep your crummy soul." And the Ice King confronts Marceline's dad and is like, "Hey, who told you could throw my penguins?" That's a pretty good Ice King impersonation, don't you guys think? He's like, "Hey, who told you could throw my penguins?" And Marceline's dad jump scares the Ice King, and he's like, "Oh, I seem to have soiled my tunic completely by choice." And he flies away, scared like a little guy, a little scared little piss baby boy. Other things, Marceline's dad is creepy as fuck, so I put that under weird moments. On some other notes I wanted to include in this episode, Marceline has a poodle that's in the background during the intro to this episode that's not really brought up or talked about at any point in the show. I just wanted to note that. Marceline's guitar turns out is actually the family heirloom axe that her dad used previously, which is interesting from a lore perspective. The manly roughhousing men from Season 1, Episode 10 made a reappearance in this episode, and I noted down at the very end of my notes here for this episode, it was one of the funniest episodes of this show to date because I basically did not stop laughing the entire time. So I think that's about as high of praise as I could give this episode. So really, really enjoyable, lots of fun moments, a little bit of lore sprinkled in. What's not to like? I gave this episode an 8 out of 10. I was a pretty big fan of it, not gonna lie. So yeah, definitely check this one out if you're doing a rewatch. Don't skip this one. Very, very funny episode. Lots of funny bits that actually land instead of just being fart jokes. Usually if there's a fart joke in an episode, it's like, okay, this episode's probably gonna suck for comedy-wise, but surprisingly, no, this episode's jokes all landed very well, and they were all very, very funny. So there we have it, folks. Season 2, Episode 1 of Adventure Time. It came from the Nightosphere. Season 2, Episode 2 of Adventure Time is titled The Eyes. And thankfully this one's quite a bit easier to explain than the previous episode because it's a lot more of just a standard filler episode. But either way, let's get into it. So this episode opens up with Finn and Jake returning to the treehouse after 7 long days of adventuring, in which they did not sleep once. And we get presented a little montage where Jake basically recounts everything that they did during that little 7 days while they were not sleeping. And they got into a whole bunch of different trouble, and they stopped volcanoes from erupting, and they slayed dragons, and they did all this shit. But they're back from their adventures now, and they want to get some sleep because they're really, really tired. So they go home, and they get tucked into bed, and they're ready to fall asleep, when all of a sudden they get the sense that they're being watched. And when they look out the window, they see on the hill outside of their house, where the moon can be seen rising into the sky, that there's a random horse. And it's like a really, really weird looking horse, to the point where I thought it was a cow the entire time I was a kid watching this show. But basically, a random horse is on the hill with these giant, unblinking, beady eyes staring back at them and watching them sleep. And more or less the entire plot of this episode is them trying to find a way to get this horse to go away, or to stop being so creepy, or, you know, just make it kind of stop being something that they have to think about while they're sleeping, because it's staring at them and it's bothering them. And they try various different things. They close the blinds, but that doesn't work because the moon lights up the horse and you can see the silhouette through the blinds. They put a blindfold on it to try to block the eyes so you can't see the eyes, but then the horse's eyes like bend and go underneath the blindfold, which is really, really weird. They try and play music for it. Jake plays his viola because they say that all dumb, mindless creatures are easily lured by music, but that doesn't work, and instead it just lures a bunch of snakes to Finn and Jake's domicile. They dress it up as a bunny and try to have hawks come and take it away, which sort of works, but then the hawks accidentally drop the horse into Finn and Jake's bedroom. Therefore, it's even closer staring at them than it was before. And Jake's like, hey man, we just gotta kill this fucking horse. This horse, it's causing us all these troubles. Let's just fucking kill it. And Finn's, you know, super righteous hero, and he's totally against this. But after a couple more attempts to make the horse kind of stop being creepy or make the horse go away, it fails, and Finn agrees to kicking the horse in the ass in an attempt to give it enough pain that it decides to gallop away. And when he kicks the horse in the ass, it basically immediately spits out the Ice King. Like, the Ice King comes plopping out of the horse's mouth, and it's revealed that it's actually a fake horse that the Ice King was inside of because he was trying to spy on Finn and Jake to learn how to be happy, because he's a very, very unhappy man because he doesn't have any loved ones and he doesn't have any friends. So instead he resorted to stalking people and trying to figure out why they were happy. And there's a little bit of a fight where Finn and Jake basically managed to defeat the Ice King, and he's explaining why he did all this about like the unhappiness and trying to learn from them and all that. And they're so bored by his story that they fall asleep, and the Ice King's like, "Oh, is this it? Is this the secret? Is it sleep? Is this how you're happy?" So he like falls asleep for a minute, and then he wakes up and he's like, "I'm still not happy." And then the episode's over. So that's season 2, episode 2, The Eyes. Let's get into some of my other notes here. Okay, so some other things that I noted. Was this a filler episode? Obviously. Did I spot the snail? No, actually. I had a lot of trouble spotting the snail in these episodes, if I'm being honest with you. But that being said, there was also no fart jokes. So, all in all, very kind of unremarkable in the sense that I didn't even spot the snail. There was a cute moment when Finn and Jake fell asleep on the Ice King while he was telling his story. They looked very, very peaceful and cute. The cool moment in this episode, if you can call it one, was when Finn and Jake were fighting the Ice King. It was a pretty cool little fight moment. During the montage, a funny moment happened where Finn and Jake talked about how they helped the Peppermint Butler from the Candy Kingdom with his goblin problem. And in the montage, he literally is like outside of a house with a dead goblin, and he's like, "I swear I found him like this." But literally there's like a bucket of water and an open door, and it's obvious that the Peppermint Butler was trying to play the bucket of water on the door prank on the goblin, and he accidentally killed the goblin. So that was a pretty funny little moment. Jake says that the horse has poo brains, which was pretty funny. When they were having their little fight, the Ice King used his ice powers to summon all the ice in the area, but Finn and Jake had like exactly 10 ice cubes. So that's all the Ice King could summon. And he's like, "Is that all the ice you have?" And Finn's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "What if you have guests?" And Finn's like, "Guests bring their own ice." And I don't know. It was kind of weird, but it was a funny little joke. Weird things in this episode. The horse, obviously. Yeah, obviously the horse was the creepiest part of the episode on purpose because that's how they kind of set it up. The other notes that I had for this episode, there was a montage where LSP, aka Lumpy Space Princess, had her quinceañera, meaning canonically at this point in the series she is 15 years old. So we now know how old Lumpy Space Princess is. That puts her somewhere between the ages of Finn and Princess Bubblegum, in case anybody was curious. I thought it was noteworthy because there is a Princess Bubblegum Finn ship, but there's some weird people out there who ship Lumpy Space Princess and Finn. I don't understand it, but they exist. So I just included that for those people. They're actually a lot closer than age, and it would be a lot more appropriate relationship than the Princess Bubblegum Finn ship. But as we've discussed previously, that will soon be fixed. But I don't want to get into spoilers, so for now we'll just continue on. But that's basically my synopsis / review of Season 2, Episode 2 of Adventure Time, The Eyes. Very lackluster episode. Not a lot happened. But, you know, nothing crazy has to happen every single episode, you know. Sometimes it's fine to have an average filler episode, and that's very much what this was. I rated it a 6.0. So, you know, pretty fine episode overall. Nothing too outstanding, but, you know, it existed. Season 2, Episode 3, Loyalty to the King, is our first actual Ice King episode for Season 2. And the episode opens up with the Ice King having his princess kidnapping plan spoiled yet again by Finn and Jake. And apparently, we learn after Finn and Jake leave and the focus stays on the Ice King instead of Finn and Jake, that whenever he kidnaps one of the princesses, he's convinced himself that he's officially entered a relationship with the princess from the moment that they enter his care to the moment that they leave. And after they leave, it's not that they got rescued, it's a breakup. And basically, because of this, the Ice King has had another princess taken back from him, rescued from him. So he's going through a rough time because he thinks that he's just gone through a messy breakup. And he really decides to go and better himself. And he thinks he needs sort of like a betterment after all of the breakup stuff that he just went through. So the way he starts this embetterment after his messy breakup is by heading into his shockingly normal, for Adventure Time standards, bathroom and shaving off his classic white beard. And after that, he then heads to a local park and starts to do some working out. And these workouts are basically just him in like fitness clothes that we've never seen him in before, kind of like jogging in place and like pacing back and forth on the park and that kind of thing. When all of a sudden he runs into Slime Princess. And you can tell Slime Princess does not recognize who this is, because she rolls up and she's like, "Oh, who are you?" And he's like, I'm the Ice King. I'm just doing a little working out here. I just shaved my beard." And she's like, "Oh, the Nice King. Ooh." And you can tell she's got the hots for cleaned up Ice King, and she's mistaken him for a different king that she previously had not met, named the Nice King. So he tries to correct himself, but then he realizes that this is his chance to get in with the ladies, and so he plays along. And meanwhile, over in the bushes, Lumpy Space Princess is watching all this go down, and she immediately starts a phone chain to let all the princesses know that there's a new Nice King in town, and he's really, really handsome, and Slime Princess has already made the first move, and they better make their move if they want to have a chance with him. So, immediately, a swarm of princesses start making their way to the park that the Ice King / Nice King has sort of set up his temporary base of operations. And while some of the princesses are on the way, they bump into Finn and Jake. And Finn and Jake's like, "Hey, princesses, where are you going?" And they're like, "Oh, we're going to visit the new Nice King. He's so handsome." And they're like, "Oh, a new king. We better go introduce ourselves and, pledge to be heroic servants for his kingdom and all that stuff." So they head to the park where all the princesses have gathered to discover that they're all sort of being locked in like playground equipment as a cage, but they're willing, and it's all because they think that the Ice King is actually the Nice King, and he's really, really hot. And Finn and Jake don't catch on to this at all, because they're kind of like, "Oh, is that a cage? What the fuck's going on?" And then he's like, "No, it's a waiting room." And they're like, "Oh, okay." Which, I don't know, they're kind of oblivious, but it is what it is. But then basically they don't realize still that it's the Ice King, and they're like, "Oh, we want to pledge our service to you, King, Nice King." And so the Nice King makes Finn and Jake nice knights. And as nice knights, they are to do his bidding and follow orders to a T. And I'm going to refer to my notes for this here really quickly. I actually kind of cut off my notes fairly quickly on this one. I didn't even write down really the conclusion of this episode. So I might get some of the details wrong here, folks, but I'm going to try and sort of straighten them out the best I can. But basically, there's some wife interviews held by the Nice King, and basically Finn and Jake have to interview a bunch of the princesses and ask them all these different questions. And these questions are very clearly things that the Nice King, I'm doing air quotes, but you can't see because this is an audio-only podcast. But the Nice King has, like, these hobbies that are very similar to the Ice King. Like, he's asking if they know how to play the drums or if they like the cold, shit like that. Very obvious Ice King antics. And basically, they know that if the princesses answer some of the questions wrong, that the Ice King is not interested in courting them and to just send them on their merry way. So they basically have to make a bunch of princesses really sad because they fail the questions and they have to send them on their way. And Finn and Jake feel absolutely horrible about this. And Jake's kind of like, hey man, we're knights and we gotta follow orders. But Finn's like, I don't know, man. Being mean to these princesses doesn't seem very nice or very knightly. And so he goes to talk to the Nice King, and he's like, hey, you know what? You want a different duty? The Ice King has stolen my razor, because at this point in the episode, the Ice King's beard is starting to grow back, like hair strand by hair strand. So he needs Finn and Jake to go get the razor so he can reshave and he can keep up the act as the Nice King. So Finn and Jake go and they break into the Ice King's castle, or whatever you want to call it, and he's gone, obviously. And they find like all the beard shavings on the ground, and they like put them on and pretend to wear them like their own beards, and it's really, really funny. But then they look at the camera and they're like, wait a minute! And that's when they realize that the Nice King is actually just the Ice King. It took them all that time. So they get back, and the Nice King's grown a lot more strands of beard hair now, and he's like, oh, you got my razor yet? But then obviously there's a fight, and the Nice King and Finn and Jake fight, and Finn and Jake manage to oust him as the Ice King and not the Nice King. All the princesses are disgusted and feel betrayed, and they all leave, and they all live happily ever after. And that's sort of the basic synopsis of this episode. I might have missed some details because I accidentally forgot to include past, like, halfway through the episode of my notes for the description. So I apologize for that, folks. But yes, obviously this is a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail, and surprisingly, there were no fart jokes. I already talked about the cute moment where Finn and Jake wore the Ice King's beard hair, which we've also established is kind of gross because of the fact that it literally gave people, like, freezer burns, like a disease or something, because of the beard dandruff, so that's a little disgusting, but we won't think about that. There was a cool moment because the Nice King needed a base of operations at this park, so he built a giant sand castle, and that giant, like, life-size sand castle was what he was operating out of when he was pretending to be the Nice King, which is kind of funny. There's a part where the Ice King is like, oh, I should see if she's called me, because he's still, like, sad over the breakup or whatever. And so he literally gets a banana and starts pushing it like it's phone buttons, and he goes, boop, 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 boop. No new messages. And it was really weird, but I thought it was funny. There's another part that's kind of fucked up where Lumpy Space Princess is told by the Nice King that she's not good enough for him because she's lumpy. So she basically says that she can make herself any way that the Nice King wants, and then she proceeds to ask Finn to beat the shit out of her to make her smooth. And when he refuses, she actually just beats the shit out of herself and makes herself smooth. So I was like, what? And when she does that, he's like, I'm not into it. And then she gets all mad at Finn and Jake, which was kind of funny. And I put that down as a weird moment too, that the Nice King likes his ladies smooth, because when he says that, he does like this hand motion that's like the curves of a woman in the air in front of him, which is kind of, this is a children's show, keep in mind. Other things I wanted to note, in this episode we learned that if the Ice King was actually taking care of himself, most women would find him attractive. And realistically, the main reason why he gets 0 bitches is because he just does not take care of himself, and he's awkward as fuck. But yeah, overall, very fun episode, fun premise. Nothing too crazy overall. Fairly straightforward filler episode, as I always say. I gave this one a 6. Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm feeling more like a 7 now. This feels like a solid 7 episode. It was a little more, entertaining than some of the other filler episodes in this block, so I definitely give this one a pass to be a full 7 out of 10. So there you have it, folks. Season 2, Episode 4 of Adventure Time, Blood Under the Skin, centers around Finn getting a splinter. That's right, folks, you heard that right. Finn gets a splinter, and the plot of this episode is basically caused by him getting a splinter. Now, if this were any other show, you probably would think that the writers were running out of ideas, but somehow this splinter sets into motion quite the series of events, and I'm going to attempt to retell them to you now. So basically, Finn gets a splinter on the door to their treehouse, and he decides that he needs to protect it so it doesn't get hurt anymore, instead of trying to pull out the splinter, because why would you do that? So he goes to Choose Goose, which Choose Goose is finally introduced in this episode. I think he's kind of like a infamous character in the show because he's got a really annoying voice and he's really, really fucking weird. But I feel like people kind of like him because of what he is. But basically, he's this goose character who has juice, and he's a shopkeeper, and he kind of is a means to have plot for a lot of episodes going on into the future of the show. Because basically he's got like a ton of random magical artifacts that he sells to Finn and Jake, and a ton of little like quest scrolls and stuff that he kind of sends them off to finish, and that's sort of why he exists as a character. But Finn goes there and he's like, "Hey, Choose Goose, you got anything that'll protect this splinter that I got?" And he's like, "Yeah, here you go." That's a terrible Choose Goose impersonation. He's like, "Yeah, here you go." That's terrible too. He's got a really, really annoying voice. And he's like, "Yeah, here you go." And he gives him a thimble. And so he puts on the thimble and he's like, "Oh, I've got armor." And these knights guys are next to Choose Goose's market stall. And they're like, "You call that armor? No, this is armor." And he's got like full ass body armor with like a helmet and stuff. And he's like, "Ah, he's lame." Ah. And they make fun of Finn for having no armor and being just dumb and having a thimble and all that shit. So Finn goes back over to Choose Goose and he's like, "Hey, Choose Goose, I need some armor, man." And basically, the way they're describing, and this is going to be hard to portray over audio only, but the way they're describing like the armor that Finn needs to be cool is by saying that he needs some armor that's like, and like the OK hand symbol, and they say, "Finn, you need some armor that's OK hand symbol," that kind of thing. It's a weird like gesture thing that they're using as like an adjective to mean cool. I don't know. It's sort of like a weird gag, but also it's not very funny. I don't know. But they basically drive home that he needs to get some armor that's for the knights to respect him. So he goes back to Choose Goose and he's like, "Hey, Choose Goose, can you get me some armor that's..." And all Choose Goose has is some really dumb, embarrassing armor. There's like some booty armor where it's literally just like a chest plate, but it's for Finn's ass, which is kind of funny. And everybody's just making fun of Finn, and he gets really, really embarrassed. And this other knight comes by, and his name's Sir Slicer. And Sir Slicer rides on this like pink horse, and he's got this big, heavy black armor. And he's like, "None of this armor you have is very... You are a loser. Let's go." And then he leaves. And he's just another guy to embarrass Finn, because a lot of people have respect for him for his cool armor. And since he says Finn's isn't cool, that means Finn isn't cool. Thankfully for Finn, however, Choose Goose has a scroll, and the scroll is a clue on how to go off on a quest to find the legendary Armor of Zeldaron, which is a joke that we're going to get back to here, because yes, I do believe that Zeldaron is supposed to be like a nod to The Legend of Zelda, and you'll see why by the end of the episode, but I'll explain it in case we don't get to it very well. But basically, Finn heads off to do this epic quest to get the Armor of Zeldaron, and there's sort of 3 main locations here. So the first is this swamp, and I believe they call it the Swamp of Embarrassment, because basically this whole swamp is full of showers, and they are all roped off with shower curtains. And in order to continue the quest, Finn has to go through this massive area that's just full of showers, and whenever he opens a shower curtain to pass through, there's a person in there showering, whether it's a naked mom and a naked baby, or naked old people, or any number of other people, and they all call Finn a pervert, and he gets really, really embarrassed. And Jake just kind of stretches over the entire swamp, but makes Finn run through the entire thing because he says that it's his thing and he needs to do it. And so Finn comes out the other end, and he's super embarrassed, because that's the whole theme of this episode is there's no need to be embarrassed, basically. But after that, the guy shows up again and makes fun of Finn for being red out of embarrassment. The guy being Sir Slicer, obviously. And then basically this Yeti monster shows up, and because of Finn's white hat and his red embarrassed face, she thinks that Finn is her baby, so she grabs Finn and takes him and goes and cuddles with him, and Sir Slicer makes fun of him again. And then basically Finn escapes the Yeti monster, and then him and Jake continue on to the final area, which is really weird because they literally just walk for a minute, and voila, they're there. They've arrived at the place where the armor is kept, and it was kind of weird because it just sort of transitions, but without fading in or out to black. They literally just walk, and then all of a sudden they're in a different place. So when they arrive at this temple too, there's this ghost there, and this ghost basically tells Finn and Jake that if Finn wants to pass and receive the Armor of Eldaron, that's from Star Wars, the Armor of Zeldaron, he has to beat his high score in a game called Drop Ball. And Drop Ball is basically this really embarrassing game, to fit the theme of the episode, where more or less you have to pick up a ball with your ass and hold it for a second and then drop it back on the ground and then repeat. And I don't know how this is a game or whatever, but basically this guy said that his high score was 6 or 8 or something, and that was the maximum amount of times he was able to do the drop ball game, picking up the ball with his ass and then dropping it before he failed or something. I don't know if you fail if you drop the ball before a certain amount of time or what, but basically Finn has to beat his high score of 6 or 8 or whatever in drop ball in order to proceed. And Finn basically tries once, but he does so horrible that the ghost is oh, what the fuck, are you serious? You suck at drop ball. And then he's here, let me show you the technique. And while he's showing Finn the technique, they sort of just sneak by and enter the armor room. And when they arrive in the armor room, basically, they get the Armor of Zeldaron, and it's revealed that, the armor is basically able to protect you from all sorts of different things, including ghosts, which is, such a big deal because there was a ghost before. And he's obviously going to be pissed because Finn didn't watch his drop ball technique. But basically, since they snuck past the ghost gets mad and turns evil and starts to attack Finn and Jake. But Finn refuses to wear the Armor of Zeldaron because it turns out that the armor is actually for ladies. It's women's armor, and it's literally a breastplate and a helmet that's a Viking helmet with long blonde hair attached to it. And so obviously the thing here is that you were presuming that it was armor for a man, but in reality it was, armor for a woman. Similarly to the fact that the Legend of Zelda series, many people think that Link is actually Zelda, because he's the main character, but it's not his name in the title. So there's like a little nod there, I believe. And I think that's kind of what they were going for. Not 100% sure. That's just my running theory. But there you have it, folks. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to know from this episode. I don't really think there was. Let's see. One thing I didn't talk about before is how the splinter Finn got at the beginning of the episode was caused when he opened the door to, like, shoo a ladybug out of the door, because a ladybug was inside their house. And this ladybug, they zoom in on it, and it has the most menacing face of all time, and it was one of the scariest things in the show. I just wanted to point that out as a weird moment. But yes, this was a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail. I was having a hard time with this block of episodes. And no, there was no fart jokes. So we're 2 for 2 on that one now. Other things I wanted to note as well. There was a funny moment when Finn refused to wear the armor of Zeldaron. Jake wore the armor instead. And when he wore the armor, the ghost was like, "Mama?" And it thought that Jake was the ghost's mom because it was wearing the armor of Zeldaron. And Jake plays along with it, and he's like, "That's right, I'm your mama, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Playing inside all day. You should be outside in the world and not be inside harassing people." And so he convinces the ghost, by the ghost thinking that he's his mama, to go outside, which causes the ghost to burn to death, which was interesting. But it sort of freed this guy from a curse. I don't know if the guy was cursed to be a ghost or what. But basically, he was freed from the curse of his addiction to drop ball. So he didn't have to play drop ball anymore. So that was kind of funny. A lot of the weird moments in this episode were like the funny ones. So I didn't list very many funny moments, but that's kind of inherent. But basically... Oh, and Sir Slicer, in case you were wondering, shows up and makes fun of Finn for having no armor and his friend for having women's armor. But then he basically falls off of his horse, and he's stuck on the ground because his armor's so heavy he can't get himself back up. And so Finn and Jake and the ghost make fun of him for that. And that's the end of the episode. Basically, the moral was supposed to be, like, don't be embarrassed or whatever. But it really didn't shine through at the end of the day because of the fact that it was sort of, such a weird episode overall, but overall pretty decent, all things considered. Some interesting moments. I really don't think there's anything else I have to say. One of the cool things was at the start of the episode as well, they're in the treasure room in their treehouse, and it was full of all sorts of old trinkets and gadgets and weapons and things. And there was even an old TV with a VHS player built in and some tapes. I thought that was kind of cool. But that's really about it for this episode, so there we have it, folks. Season 2, Episode 5 of Adventure Time is titled Storytelling. And I could probably explain this one in 2 sentences if I wanted to, which I will, but then I'll go into a little more detail. But basically, the summary is Jake is sick, and in order to feel better, he needs to hear a story, like a true story. He won't take a made-up story for, any reason whatsoever. It's got to be a real story, otherwise he's not going to feel better. So Finn sets off to basically find a real, true story with all these criteria that Jake needs in order to feel better. And he finds it, and then he comes back, and Jake feels better, but then Finn starts feeling sick because he went on this journey. Now let's talk about the journey. So basically, Finn heads off into the woods to find this story for Jake because he's sick, and the story has to have like romance and action and all this different shit that Jake wants. So I even put a pretty small description in my podcast notes because this episode was pretty one note, if that makes any sense. But basically, he finds some forest creatures, and the first thing that he needs for the story is romance. So there's like, I think it's a fox and a goose, and he makes them kiss, like really, really awkwardly. Finn like holds them lips to lips and makes them kiss. And it turns out the fox actually liked the goose and was going to ask the goose out. But the goose is already married to another man goose. So he didn't do it because he was scared of the man goose finding out. And basically, she thought he was disgusting and the fox was no good and worth nothing. And so when she had to kiss the fox, she was disgusted, which kind of discouraged the fox and made him depressed. So after that, he like kind of, I don't know, goes around and some other forest critters are harassed by him. I'm trying to remember the specific ones. I literally did not even note them down because this was such a weird episode. There's some ants that Finn runs into, and he tries to talk to them and ask them if they have any like romance or if they're in love or anything like that. And they speak gibberish, and he's just like, oh. And he just kind of puts the rock back down that they were underneath and walks away. But then basically after harassing a group of forest creatures, Finn gets kidnapped by them, and they're going to drop him into some sort of sacrificial pit. When he sort of goes around this circle of forest critters that he was harassing throughout the day and says like confessions for them. So he tells Ms. Goose that the fox actually likes him, and like all sorts of other stuff like that. Similar confessions. And the goose, Miss Goose's name, by the way, is actually Bubafina. I thought that was worth noting. She's referred to as Bubafina multiple times throughout the episode, and I just thought that was a funny name. There was a really funny, weird moment. And it's going to be really confusing and hard to explain, but you're going to have to bear with me. Where basically Finn was doing confessions around the confession circle while he was being sacrificed. And he's like, Ms. Cow, you're a beautiful girl. Take that bag off your udders. And when she does, there's a fucking disgusting face on it. And it's like a face. It's the same face, like smiley face, that Finn drew in the It Came from the Nightosphere episode. But basically, it's got two eyes, and it's wearing glasses, and it's got like a really scruffy beard. And for some reason, the udders had that face, and it was really, really weird. And all of the animal creatures are like, oh, and they're like, put that bag back on. And Ms. Cow has to put the bag back on her udders, and it was really, really weird and unhinged. And I really think that's about it in this episode. Obviously, Finn breaks out of the cage because all of the forest critters are like, hey, thanks for confessing things for us, you helped us out. And so he breaks out and he goes back and he tells Jake everything that happened. Jake feels better, and then Finn feels sick because he spent all this time running around doing all these different tasks, harassing all these creatures, and trying to find a good story for Jake. This episode was so weird and unremarkable, and honestly, it was probably my second least favorite episode, only after It Came from, or not It Came from the Nightosphere, Trouble in Lumpy Space. That was the worst episode still, but this episode was really weird and kind of terrible, and not a lot happened. The most notable thing that happened in this episode, and I haven't even brought it up yet, is I did spot the snail twice. This was the first episode where the snail has been in it twice, to my knowledge. And at the beginning of the episode, Finn's outside of the treehouse just setting off on his adventure, and the snail falls out of the treehouse and is like floating down on a leaf, and it's waving to Finn, and Finn waves back. And this is the first time that the snail's front and center, and Finn actually like acknowledges it. And I thought that was noteworthy. And then later on, I believe when all the forest critters are gathered and they're trying to sacrifice Finn, the snail shows up again and is waving again. So I just thought it was interesting to note that this is the first time that the snail is actually front and center in an episode. Pretty interesting, actually, from a a reviewer standpoint such as myself. There was a really gross part where basically Finn tries to feed Jake soup before he sets off on his adventure to make Jake feel better, and Jake throws up the soup all over Finn, and it was really, really gross and out of left field, and it caught me off guard, and it was kind of weird. But other than that, that's sort of it for this episode. It really was kind of unremarkable, and it took me more time to explain than it was probably worth, and I definitely recommend you skip this one. It was not as bad as Danger or Trouble in Lumpy Space or whatever, but it was still a fairly unremarkable episode, and unfortunately, an unremarkable end to our first chunk of Season 2 episodes. So there we have it, folks. That's the first 5 episodes of Season 2 of Adventure Time. A couple pretty interesting ones in here that were actually really decent, and then a couple duds, obviously, or some that were just kind of fine. But, that's going to be how it goes with all of these episodes, I feel like, until we get into the really lore-heavy shit, which I guess is on the way in more like Seasons 3 or 4 or so. So we'll have to hold out until then. But either way, I've been having a lot of fun working on this series, and I appreciate all of you for listening. But yeah, that's all I've got for you today. So shout out to everybody who follows me on Spotify or subscribes to me on YouTube at youtube.com/Hyrulian. I also have a TikTok I somehow secured at Hyrulian back when I made my TikTok account back in 2018. And if you go on there, you can see videos of me myself getting into trouble because I'm not afraid to share my face on there. Not that I'm afraid on any other platform either. It's just TikTok's kind of a medium where you're going to end up showing your face no matter what. So that's kind of how it worked out. But sort of interesting if you haven't seen me before, or you want to see what I look like, since the last time I recorded and uploaded a video with Facecam was like 2018. But yeah, I really think that's about it. If you're watching on YouTube, the next 5 episodes are coming up next. Otherwise, tune in next time on Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time when we review the next 5 episodes. Bye-bye. Hey guys, Hyrulian here, and welcome back to another episode of Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. I'm here with our second block of Adventure Time Season 2 reviews, where we're going to be reviewing episodes 6 through 10 of the second season of Adventure Time. And I gotta say before we get started here, this block of episodes was very high quality. We had that one block in Season 1 where I said that the actual quality of the art and everything was so on point and above everything else that it really impressed me. These episodes really impressed me with their plot and with their absolute funniness, because honestly, there were so many moments in this episode where I was just thinking, wow, that was actually really funny. And when I say this episode, of course, I mean these episodes. But all these episodes were so funny, and there were so many funny moments, and I can't wait to talk about them all with you now. So without further ado, let's get into Season 2, Episode 6 of Adventure Time, Slow Love. So Slow Love opens up with Finn and Jake just chilling out in the treehouse, and they're playing BMO, who, I should know also, at this point in the show has a very active role and is finally becoming a character instead of just like a side little gimmicky gag thing that they like to do. And he properly has different motives and objectives and things now. But either way, they're just chilling out, and Jake's playing BMO, and there's some music, and it's playing really loud, and BMO's dancing while the music's playing loud, and Jake asks him to turn the music down, to which he instead turns it up and continues dancing even harder. And Jake's starting to get upset at BMO as suddenly a giant snail bursts through the wall and starts spraying this juice all over them, this disgusting green juice. And Jake is like super disturbed by this, and so is Finn, and they're like, oh, what the fuck, this is gross, what's going on? And they like tell him to stop or whatever, and he's like, oh, are you guys not the heroes that can help me? And they're like, yeah, we're the heroes that can help you. and he explains it's sad juice, and basically the reason he's sad and excreting this sad juice is because he doesn't have a girlfriend, and he's really, really sad about it. So Finn and Jake offer to help him find a girlfriend, and the way they're going to do this is by basically just taking him out into the world and introducing him to some snail ladies and helping him get some game so he can really impress them. And out of pure excitement, Snorlock bursts back through the wall of the treehouse, taking the entire top half of the tree with him. And did I mention the snail's name is Snorlock? Yeah, they just kind of casually dropped that at this point in the episode. His name's Snorlock, and he's wearing the top half of the tree as his snail shell, which when he burst into the house at the beginning of the episode, he did not have a shell, which is important to mention for down the line. I should also mention that even though he is a snail, he is huge. Like, I think I might have given the impression that he's a regular sized snail, but he's actually a very large snail. I just thought that was important to note. But basically, Finn and Jake go up on the balcony boat thing on their treehouse, and they stand there pretty much for the entire episode while Snorlock kind of just moves around the world, and they bump into random snail women, and he tries to pick up the ladies, and he fails miserably, and he fails to get a girlfriend. Jake does some role play where he pretends to be a snail woman with snail boobs. I thought that was important to note. And he asks Finn to mate with him, which was really weird. And Snorlock says that he would mate with him, which is even weirder. And before it gets too weird, Jake pretends to be a male snail and asks Finn to pretend to be a female snail. And he does like a hunky, like hubba hubba, look at my muscles thing, and it's really weird, but it's, you know, it's interesting. It was a weird moment, but it was kind of funny too, so I'll give it a pass. But basically, it eventually becomes apparent that none of these little techniques and strategies that they're trying to show Snorlock are going to help. And Jake kind of explains to him that if he just had a skill, maybe the ladies would like him. And so, like, Jake teaches him how to beatbox, and Finn teaches him how to swing swords, and they both teach him how to dance. So immediately after this, he does this like really, really awesome musical routine where he like swings these swords around while he's beatboxing and dancing, and it's actually really impressive. And the song that plays in the background during this part was really cool. The music all of a sudden like jumped up 10 notches in production quality for this episode and for these episodes in general. And it was some genuinely good music, and he's just dancing with these swords, and he's all slimy, and he's attracting tons and tons of snail women, and they all show up and start grinding on him, which is really weird. And they're literally like slamming their asses up against him and like grinding on him, and it's destroying the half of the treehouse that he has on his back. So Finn and Jake start to get mad and tell him to stop, and he's not listening because he's attracting all these women, so he's naturally very happy about it. So Jake does the only sensible thing he can think of and goes and gets some salt and throws it onto this guy, and he starts to like burn, have like this splotchy skin because of the fact that his body's all burning up from the salt touching it because he's a snail. And basically this causes him to throw the top half of their house off of his back, revealing that he does not have a shell, and all of the snail women are no longer interested in him, except for they realize that the reason he didn't have a shell, or even had a shell at all in the time that he's been alive, is because he's actually not a snail, he's a slug. And the reason he has such a hard time talking to the snail women is because he should be talking to slug women. And it's at this point one of the snail women in the crowd actually reveals that they're a slug, and they were just wearing a peppermint on their back to make them seem like a snail. And those two fall in love and make out as Finn and Jake repair their house, and BMO plays some more video game music loudly despite Jake telling him to stop, and that's the end of the episode. So that's sort of the general plot synopses for this one, guys. Very straightforward filler episode, but honestly very funny and significantly improved quality-wise from the last episodes that we had. Honestly, this episode, Slow Love, was pretty funny, all things considered. And obviously, yes, it was a filler episode, but I did spot the snail, and no, it was not the ones that were kind of, throughout this episode in various different forms. The actual snail that we're trying to spot was on the balcony of the treehouse's like little boat balcony thing, chilling out on the table, waving at us, the audience. Because in case you're unaware or you're just hopping on this series now, in every episode we say if we spotted the snail, because in every single episode of Adventure Time, as far as I know, there is a snail that is on the screen at some point, and he's kind of hidden in the background, but not super hidden to the point where you can't spot him. He's like sort of in a scene where there's some other action happening, he'll be in the background waving at the audience. And I guess this comes up as a plot point down the line, but yes, I did spot the snail in this episode, in case anybody was wondering. And no, there was no fart jokes, surprisingly. Some of the cute moments in this episode included BMO dancing to the video game music. I thought it was adorable. And also, at the end of the episode, when Finn and Jake are rebuilding their treehouse, they are wearing, like, tool belts and such. And Jake has this, like, little purple guy inside of his tool belt, and it was really cute. I talked about how there was a cool moment in my notes where Snorlock was wearing half the treehouse as his shell, and I thought it was really, really neat from an aesthetic standpoint. And I like the idea of their house being like mobile all of a sudden. It was kind of a cool premise for an episode, in my opinion. And I also put that his like magical sword beatboxing dancing sequence was really cool as well, because of the music playing. That was really good, and like it was just kind of a cool moment in the episode, because all of a sudden he was really talented and cool. Some other things, there was a point at the beginning of the episode where Snorlock revealed his desire to find a girlfriend, and Finn's like, Jake, you know what time it is? And he's like, I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say it's lady time. And they do a title card gag that says lady time instead of adventure time. I always love it when they do that in these episodes. And I talked about the funny moment where Jake pretended to be a lady snail. I talked about the goo. I actually think I covered pretty much all the stuff in this episode. There was a part where Snorlock also said that he wished Finn and Jake were ladies so he could date them, which was pretty weird. And also the snails making out was really gross and weird as well, so I thought that was noteworthy too. And I did want to mention one more time here, this is the first time in the show where BMO is actually being treated as a character instead of just a side gag that they can call upon. He has some actual screen time in this episode where he talks and he interacts with the main characters, so I kind of thought that that was noteworthy as a point to actually bring up, because BMO is finally being treated as a character, and I really, really like to see it. But folks, that is it for Season 2, Episode 6 of Adventure Time, Slow Love. Overall, a very funny filler episode. Season 2, Episode 7, Power Animal, is one of the funniest episodes of Adventure Time that I've seen up until this point in the show. And I'll tell you why. So basically, this episode starts out with Finn and Jake having a rooftop party with a lot of the side characters from the show so they can see the Northern Lights. I don't think Princess Bubblegum calls them the Northern Lights, but they're basically the Northern Lights. It's some other kind of thing according to her, but it's like potato kind of thing. And they're having a little party, and Finn's got some chips for the dip, and no, Jake does not have old school soda, or however the regular show little song goes. Got some chips, got some dip. Some call me cheap boo freeloader, but I got cups for that old school soda. I think that's how it goes. It's similar to that, which I thought was kind of funny, and I wanted to note it, but it's not the same as that regular show gag. Like, Finn flips up onto the roof, and he's like, I got some chips for the dip. And Jake's like, I've got a cooler full of stuff. And he's not as smooth with it. But they have a little party up there, and it's pretty chill. And this guy like walks up to Finn and like gets really close to him, like all up in his personal space to the point where their like bodies are touching. And he's like, yes, you are simply full of energy. Do you think you could be so full of energy nonstop, enough to power a big machine? And he's like, yeah, I guess. And it was really, really fucking creepy. And the guy walks away, and he's just eating pudding out of the communal bowl with his bare hands. And it's really, really weird and really, really gross. And Finn goes over to Jake, and he's like, Jake, your friend's being kind of weird. And Jake's like, my friend? I thought he was your friend. And that's when you realize that the guy wasn't invited. But they just kind of forget about him and go back to the party. And the rest of the party goes off without a hitch, and they have a lot of fun. And it cuts to a point later on where they're cleaning up the top of their tree where they had the party, and then they go to bed. And in the middle of the night, this gnome guy kidnaps Finn. And when Finn kind of comes to, he finds himself in this cave underground where the gnome guy is, and he takes off his coat to reveal that he's actually 3 small gnomes stacked on top of each other. And the guy who was in the head of the gnome and talked to him earlier is actually the king of the gnomes. And I don't know if that's what they called him. They called him something along the lines of the king of the gnome. I don't think it was specifically the king of the gnome, but it was like, you know, he's the leader of these little gnome guys that live underground. And basically, they have a bunch of different machines underground that they need powered up so they can complete their schemes of kind of basically doing some sort of weird thing where they're going to flip the underground above ground and make the above ground go underground so the gnomes can finally be on top or something. They were kind of ambiguous with the whole gnomes like evil plot. It just kind of was supposed to be an evil plot that Finn and Jake would have to go up against. But basically, they start out by putting Finn on a hamster wheel and then shocking him if he stops moving, so he's forced to run. And he has to run on this hamster wheel, and it begins to power one of the machines. And it's at this point where we cut back to Jake, and Jake is just waking up, and he's like, wait, where's Finn? Finn? And he starts looking around to try and find Finn. But the whole theme of this episode is Jake is very easily distracted, because during the party, they were talking about how energetic Finn is, and everybody was really hyping Finn up. And basically, they just told Jake that he doesn't focus on anything, and he's kind of like a scatterbrain. They called him ditzy, more or less. And while they're explaining to him that he's scatterbrained, he's literally trying to put ice cream in a toaster. And this is a gag they do multiple times in the episode that was really funny, actually. Where basically anytime somebody's explaining something to Jake, he's not paying attention, and instead he's trying to stick an ice cream cone into a toaster, which I thought was funny. But basically, throughout this episode, we're going to see Jake getting distracted multiple times when he's supposed to be trying to save Finn, who's gone missing. Because he wakes up and he's like, where the hell's Finn? And then he realizes that he's hungry, so he goes downstairs to make himself breakfast. So then we cut back to Finn, and Finn's like getting tortured some more and being forced to power these machines some more. And the next machine that he has to power is basically a machine where there's like the floor shocks him, and he has to dance sexy on a stripper pole. And it's really, really weird. Basically, this little gnome guy forces him to get into this machine, and he's like, it's time for you to dance sexy. And he gets in there, and he's like, now dance sexily. And there's like a pole in the middle of this like cage glass tube thing, and there's electricity coming out of the floor on the bottom, and it forces him to like do pole dancing for this gnome guy. And this gnome guy's voice is really creepy, and this whole like getting close to him and touching him thing's creepy, and then this whole thing with the pole dancing is really creepy. This episode just comes off as like kind of sexually assaulted creepy, which is why I put in my notes for this episode that I'm pretty sure Finn got sexually assaulted down here or at the party, one of the two. But it was very, very strange. And after Finn's kind of being tortured and forced to pole dance for a while, we cut back to Jake, and Jake is now outside of the treehouse, just chilling with BMO, eating his breakfast, which is like a sandwich. And then he realizes, shit, I'm forgetting about Finn. But then there's a bug, and this bug is dancing, or what is he calling? What does he call it? He has a specific term for it. I think he calls it getting down. Oh, let me double check. I wrote it down in my notes. Oh, yeah, the bug's shaking it. And Jake's like, what are you doing? And the bug's like, I'm shaking it. And he's like, no, you're shaking it all wrong. Let me show you how to shake it. And I kid you not, Jake starts shaking and doing like this crazy ass dance. And the music, I tried to sort of describe it in a way for you music nerds out there, but all you really have to know is it's techno music. But it was kind of like syncopated techno dance rhythms, and it was like it's like stuff like that. And Jake does like this really, really impressive dance while this like kind of cool techno music's playing in the background, and I laughed harder out loud than I've laughed at this show so far. It was a really, really funny moment, and I was a big fan of it, so I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. This was a really, really good episode, and probably one of the funniest episodes of the show so far. There was like a 5-second dance break where Jake's just dancing with this bug, and everybody gathers around and watches them dance, and it was really funny. And then we cut back to Finn, who was literally being sexually harassed by a gnome guy in a cave somewhere. And now the gnome guy is taking him out of the tube, and he's going to force him to wear a like helmet that's going to generate power based on how quickly he's thinking. And so Finn tries to shut his brain off, and in the process he accidentally imagines Jake and Finn like escaping from this cave. And the way he does it is he literally just overpowers these gnomes and rips off this like brain power headset, and he like rips his shirt off, and he's like all muscly and manly, and he's got like chest hair and big freaking muscles, and he beats the shit out of these gnomes and destroys all their machines. And then Jake breaks through the wall, and he's all muscly and stuff, and they like hug it out, but like as men, like really manly hug, and they like fist bump. And then he realizes that he's dreaming, and in reality he just powered their machine using his thoughts, so he fucked up big time. And we cut back to Jake, and Jake's sort of talking to these like water women who are just kind of chilling out in a little pond next to the treehouse. And the lady tells like an awful joke, and he's like, no, that joke's horrible. Let me tell you a real joke. And then Jake's like, he says an anti-joke, which if you're unaware, anti-jokes are like jokes that aren't actually jokes, but they're supposed to be funny because the punchline is there's no punchline, basically. And so he says something along the lines, and this is kind of paraphrasing because I don't remember the actual joke and I didn't write it down. He basically says like, did you hear the one about the kid who got hurt? Well, he's all right now. And then he laughs really, really hard to the point where he passes out. And there's another cut away to Finn at this point, but I think I might have had my timeline slightly messed up, but you're getting all the important plot lines, so we're going to cut back to Jake's story here. But Jake wakes up in the Cloud Kingdom, and there's another rager going on, like a huge party going on, and all these people are dancing, and the water women brought him there when he passed out, because they could tell he was a party animal, and he is brought to the Cloud Kingdom to party with, like, the party gods, basically. And he's impressed the party god, which, can I add, is literally like a wolf's head with a backwards baseball cap, and it's floating. It's like not attached to a wolf body at all. It's literally just a wolf's head with a backwards baseball cap that's supposed to be like the party god, and it was really, really strange. But that was sort of the general plot of that part of the episode. And he impresses the party god, and the party god offers him one wish in exchange for the fact that he impressed him so much. And Jake wishes, after realizing that he's supposed to be trying to find Finn for like the 5th time in this episode, that he could just focus on trying to find Finn instead of partying. And he's like, wait a minute. Before you grant my wish, is there a catch? And he's like, oh, you caught me. Yes, there is a catch. In order to grant your wish, I will fill you with the power of 1,000 parties, or 1,000 party demons. And so basically what happens is Jake goes absolutely ballistic and like becomes huge and magical and full of like powerful party energy, and parties his way to the gnome like cave place, where he saves Finn by just beating the shit out of them and destroying all their machinery and stuff while he's partying. And so he rescues Finn, and that's kind of the end of the episode. But yeah, consulting my notes, I think I basically covered this episode. It was very, very fun and entertaining. It was definitely a filler episode, obviously. I did not spot the snail, and there were no fart jokes. Overall, this was definitely like a 7.5 out of 10 for me. Very, very interesting and fun episode. Lots of good content to be had, lots of good laughs to be had. One of my favorite episodes of the show so far, to be honest with you. It was just really, really good. And I don't know what other way to put it, you know? I really like this one. So there you have it. I don't know why I said that so weird. I think it was just surprising for me to find an episode this entertaining. They've been fun to watch from like a what the fuck standpoint, but this was the first episode where I was literally laughing out loud because of how funny it was, and I really, really liked it. So I don't know. Do with that what you will. Season 2, Episode 8 of Adventure Time, Crystals Have Power, is finally the continuation of the Tree Trunks saga. Just to recap, in Season 1, Episode 4, Tree Trunks, we were introduced to a side character named Tree Trunks, who's basically a sweet old lady elephant who Finn and Jake occasionally go to visit, and she bakes them apple pie. One day while she was visiting them, or while they were visiting her, I should say, she talked about how she had this dream of seeing and taking a bite out of a crystal gem apple that's deep in the dark, evil forest. And Finn and Jake decide to help her fulfill her dream. So they take her through the woods, facing tons and tons of peril, and they have to save her multiple times because she's a sweet old lady in an evil forest. But when they finally reach the gem apple, she takes a bite and immediately explodes, and the episode ends. And in the post-credit scene to the episode, we're actually sort of shown that she's still alive, and we see her running through a crystal-y kind of place. But that's all the further explanation we get. And then we did see her a couple episodes later just kind of chilling out at a party, which from a continuity standpoint is about to make zero sense, because in this episode of Adventure Time, Season 2, Episode 8, Crystals Have Power, we're going to be reintroduced to her in the crystal dimension. So here's how the episode goes. Basically, Finn and Jake are chilling out at the house like always, and Finn's using this hologram book to compare this crystal he's got to ones in the book. And basically this crystal is explained to have been left on their doorstep, and it has a kiss lipstick mark on it, and Jake even points out that it looks like Tree Trunks lipstick, and Finn's like, dude, you're on crack. She literally exploded and died. And he's still trying to find it, and eventually he kind of gives up, and they have a tough guy contest, which is basically a couple rounds where they just kind of beat the shit out of each other, or like sit on each other until the other person gives up. And Jake goes full force and accidentally hurts Finn, and Finn kind of goes off and like has a depressed moment where he's kind of all hurt and needs to rest in bed. And Jake sits in the living room and kind of thinks about how he went way too hard and tried way too hard when he was like fighting Finn, and he needs to learn how to hold back. And he has a flashback to when he was a younger dog where him and his brother Jermaine were wrestling and play fighting, and he accidentally went too hard during that fight, which ended up causing Jermaine to get hurt, and his dad had a talking to and told him all he was ever going to do was hurt people, and he needed to accept it. And basically Jake looked back on this memory, and he just kind of decided he didn't want to be, a ruthless, violent dog, so he decides to become a pacifist in that moment. And at this point, enough time has passed that Finn has come back from a nap, and he's rejuvenated, and he feels better. And basically, he ends up running into this crystal again, and the crystal opens up a portal, and 2 crystal guardians, similar to the one that was guarding the crystal gem apple in the previous Tree Trunks episode, come out of the portal, and they say, "We're looking for Finn the Human. Are you Finn the Human?" And he's like, "Depends who's asking. Are you good guys or bad guys?" And they're like, good guys? And he's like, "Yeah, I'm Finn the Human." And then they kidnap him. So Jake jumps through the portal just in time, and they travel to the crystal dimension. And in the crystal dimension, Finn has been captured by an evil force that's a secret according to the guards, and he's to be turned into a crystal person. So basically, there's a cell, and there's a crystal guardian blocking the cell, and then there's 2 crystal guardians on the inside using these like staves to cast on Finn, which is slowly turning him into a crystal person. And Jake has to save him. And these guards are really, really funny, and they're completely out of character from what we've seen up until this point for Adventure Time. And I thought it was very, very interesting. Basically, they're like, I don't know how to put it. Their humor is very different than the other humor we've seen in the show. It's kind of more dry humor than in-your-face wacky humor, which was weird to see in a very strange change of pace for the show, but it was very funny, and it definitely made the Crystal Guardians seem more foreign and alien, which I thought was a good thing and fit sort of the tone of the episode a little bit better. But basically, Jake tries for a while to get past the guard at the front of the cell, but he's decided to be pacifist, so he can't just beat the shit out of him and go rescue Finn. Instead, he tries multiple things, including asking him nicely and trying to intimidate him, and he pushes on his face in a very violent-ish way, but the key is that he does not go overboard. So he kind of just lightly pushes on his face, and it's so funny because there's a title card that says like 4 hours later, which is the first time they've done a time-passing title card, but it was really funny when they did. And when we come back, he's just still pushing on the Crystal Guardian's face, so there was a lot of funny gags in this episode. And the Crystal Guardian even kind of breaks the fourth wall and says like, "Hey, why are you guys taking so long to turn this kid into a crystal person?" And they're on their phones. It was really funny. Literally, every single time we see these Crystal Guardians trying to turn Finn into a crystal person, they do like 10% of the transformation, and then they get on their phones until the other Crystal Guardian points out that they're taking forever. It's really funny how they kind of go back and forth on this gag. It was a very interesting change of pace, but very nice to see, honestly. But they do eventually, after a while, manage to turn Finn fully into a crystal person, and once they do, they let Jake through because he can't do anything else now because Finn's a crystal person. And Jake's like, "No, my pacifism, it killed my best friend. Finn, you're dead. No." And Finn's just turned into a crystal person. And he's like, "I'm not dead. I'm just all stiffy now." Which, I don't know if that was supposed to be a sexual joke, but it kind of came off as one. And then basically, the evil ruler of this dimension that kidnapped Finn and turned him into a crystal person is finally revealed. And of course, it's none other than Tree Trunks. And when Tree Trunks took a bite of the crystal gem apple, she became Quartzion, the Crystal Queen. Make sure you're following this one, folks. And the crystal gem apple that she had inside of her gave her magical crystal powers and also made her the beloved ruler of the crystal people in the crystal dimension. And basically, now that she was the ruler, she decided to kidnap Finn because she had to admit she had feelings for him and she loved him. And she wanted him to be turned into her Crystal King. And that's why she kidnapped him and brought him here. Which, at this point, I should probably point out again, canonically at this point, Finn is somewhere between 12 and 13 years old. I believe he's 12. And this is an old woman that is madly in love with Finn. And it's to the point where she kidnapped him. What the fuck? But, you know, normal Adventure Time stuff. And honestly, nothing too surprising for this show. Honestly, I don't think anything's out of the question for, like, what's allowed versus not allowed for this show. So, I'm just glad we got some continuity and some continuation in this episode. It made me really happy, actually. But what else? Oh, right. So, basically, Finn notices that Tree Trunks' stomach is, like, pink. And it's not the same color as the rest of her, which makes him realize she still has the bite of the crystal apple inside of her. And he tells Jake to kick Tree Trunks right in the fucking stomach and make that crystal gem apple piece get thrown up. And Jake has to break his bond of pacifism and save Finn and kick Tree Trunks right in the fucking stomach. And she spits out the little chunk of apple that's inside of her, and she suddenly turns back to normal. She shrinks back down to her normal size. The crystals leave her eyes, and she is the same old sweet Tree Trunks that we know and love from before. She's suddenly changed back and perfectly fine. So, of course, at this point, Finn and Jake grab Tree Trunks and they escape the crystal dimension. End of the episode. And folks, that is officially the plot synopsis of our first episode with continuity. Now, that's not to say that there's been bits of continuity here and there, but this is the first time in Adventure Time proper that we've actually seen a continuation of a plot point from previous episode. And I'm so giddy about it and I'm so excited about it that I'm not even going to point out the continuity error in the fact that she was at a party like 2 episodes after she was apparently trapped in the crystal dimension all this time. But you know, it is what it is. We can presume that the timeline's a little iffy because I'm just excited to see some continuity in this show because it's a step in the right direction towards making the show even better. And I know that this is where it's going, and I know that we're going to get a lot more continuity down the line. But this was just a little whiff of continuity, and it made me very, very excited for the future of this review series in the future of watching this show. So if it wasn't obvious already, no, I did not think this was a filler episode. This is our first one in quite a while. Did I spot the snail? No, I did not. I actually forgot to check it off. And was there fart jokes? Yes, there was. I did not write down exactly when they were, but honestly, you could probably make a pretty good guess anywhere, and you'd probably be pretty close. I think the most likely spot was probably sometime when they were roughhousing, or maybe Tree Trunks when Jake kicks her in the fucking stomach or something. There could have been multiple times. But they sprinkled one in there somewhere. Thought it was important to note. Let's see. What else? Oh, the guard that was blocking the cell, where the 2 guards kept going on their phone, he says, "Come on, guys, hurry up. I gotta take a crystal donk." And they're like, "Oh, what the hell, bro?" And he's like, "Hey, I'm not ashamed of it." Again, they had really, like, weird, dry humor that wasn't really like a lot of the other jokes we've had in the show so far, and it was a nice breath of fresh air, and it made the Crystal guys feel even more like aliens, and I really, really appreciated it. Yes, they did do a 4 minutes later title card as well. I said 4 hours before, but it was 4 minutes later. So Jake was pushing on this guy's face for 4 minutes straight, and it was a really funny gag, and I love it when they do that in shows, especially like SpongeBob. And that's really about it for this episode. Other than that, I forgot to mention as well, Jake's pacifist spell that he did in this episode was ended when he realized that in his flashback about his dad telling him off for beating up his brother, he was telling him that he was going to be violent, but he needed to be violent towards evil things instead of going like out of control on his brother. And that was the message. And in the like dream sequences or like the flashbacks, Jake actually talks to Jermaine, and we're properly introduced to Jermaine as a character. So now we canonically know his mother's name, and we know his brother's name, and I'm trying to remember if we know his dad's name or not, but we kind of have a lot of lore about Jake and almost none about Finn, so I'm excited to get into some Finn background lore eventually here. But folks, that's what we got for Season 2, Episode 8. I'm really, really happy that we finally got an episode with some continuity, throwing back to a previous episode and continuing its story. Really, really good stuff. A really great episode for fan service, and I'm glad they threw this one in. Season 2 has been hitting a little over half of the time. Like, almost every episode's been very good, and the ones that have been bad have been, like, kind of really bad. But it's been, like, I guess it's been less half than half. More, like, 75% amazing and 25% god-awful as far as these episodes go. But either way, I've been having a lot of fun with this so far. We've got 2 more episodes left in this block, so let's continue on ahead. Now, unfortunately, Season 1, Episode 9 of Adventure Time, The Other Tarts, is another filler episode and not another continuity episode. We were already asking a lot for one in this group, so I'm just glad that we got one. I'm not going to complain, but it should be noted that coming off of the excellent sort of fan service that we just got in the last episode, I already was kind of down on this one as soon as I heard that it was a filler episode. But basically, the plot of this episode centers around Finn and Jake and Princess Bubblegum, and the Candy Kingdom is about to have its annual back rub ceremony. And in order to enjoy this ceremony to its fullest, they also have to eat Royal Tart. And Royal Tart is basically a dessert that Princess Bubblegum treats like the One Ring from Lord of the Rings. I think this episode is supposed to be a loose parody of the Lord of the Rings in a way. Not like directly, but basically it's 2 guys and they have to transport this super important object across a very dangerous land. And there's an easy path presented to them, but they decide to go the most dangerous way possible. And you could compare that to Frodo and Sam having to take the One Ring to Mount Doom, and they take a really, really dangerous, windy path when Gandalf could just have them taken there by the eagles, which would have been the easy way. Or you could compare that to the fact that Finn hatches the bright idea to take the most dangerous path possible to this place where they're having the back rub ceremony, because thieves are bound to steal this tart, and he thinks that they would not expect him to take the dangerous path, so he thinks it's smartest to go that way. Well, obviously this plan backfires, and Finn really thought he was a genius with this one. Not only did he and Jake take a group of Royal Tarts down a really dangerous path, they also spiked some Royal Tarts that they gave to Cinnamon Buns and sent down the regular path with this paralysis potion that was conveniently placed right next to the tarts in the tart factory for some reason. So the idea was that the criminals who were going to try and steal the tarts from Cinnamon Bun on the main path would be paralyzed, and there would be no criminals on the difficult evil path because they wouldn't expect somebody to be transporting this rare, delectable dessert. And there's some added stress to this episode as well, because Princess Bubblegum explains that if the royal tarts don't make it to the back rub ceremony, she will be decapitated. Her head will be cut off. And so there's extra pressure on Finn to make sure he does a good job. And naturally, the dangerous path leads them to a group of like scrappy desert dwellers that are just kind of camping out, and they're really hungry. And Finn says that they need to attack before they attack them, but they have no intention of attacking them. They didn't even notice them. But Finn and Jake nonetheless attack them, which makes them realize that they have tarts, and then they steal the tarts. And they still have some tarts left, so Finn hatches the idea that they need to be more stealthy about it, so they should go in this dangerous, spooky cave, because nobody's going to be waiting for them in the dangerous, spooky cave. But then, of course, there's a horde of monsters in the dangerous, spooky cave waiting for them. And the horde of monsters steal all but a small amount of the tarts that are remaining. And they need to be extra careful because they're almost out of tarts. And if they run completely out of tarts, Princess Bubblegum is as good as decapitated. And the final thing that robs them is a butterfly with a laser gun. And the butterfly with the laser gun steals their last 4 tarts, and they have none. So they decide that they need to race to this place where the back rub ceremony is supposed to be and stop Princess Bubblegum from being decapitated. And what they discover is she's not being decapitated at all. It was basically just a ruse for her to make it so Finn and Jake would be extra careful to keep them safe and not eat them on the way to the ceremony. And what ended up happening was Cinnamon Buns made it all the way to this place well before them with his tarts, which, if you recall, Finn poisoned with paralysis potions. So he has to quickly knock the paralysis potions out of the princess's hand. Or not the paralysis potions, the tarts tainted with the paralysis potions out of the princess's hand so she doesn't get paralyzed, when all of a sudden it turns out that they accidentally gave Cinnamon Buns the regular tarts, and they transported the paralysis-filled ones, which were stolen by a bunch of criminals who are now paralyzed. And it cuts to like the butterfly that stole a bunch of them, and he's just floating through the sky completely stiff, and he can't move. And it was kind of creepy, but also kind of awesome. So Finn fucked up, and it accidentally saved the day, and that's kind of the whole idea of this filler episode. So there you have it. So obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail. And no, there were no fart jokes. I did want to point out, though, that the butterfly bandit with the laser gun was pretty cool. And also Princess Bubblegum gave them this really neat crystal map thing that could also do FaceTime calls. And I thought that was pretty neat. There's a classic, iconic, funny moment in this episode where Cinnamon Buns is going down the regular path to deliver the royal tarts. And there's like this line of guys. And basically, one by one, they pass off the tarts. And the guys are going like, "Can I hold that for you, sir? Okay. Can I hold that for you, sir? Okay." And they just keep passing it down and down and down and keep saying that from each person to person, which is kind of like a funny, classic, iconic moment from the show. I don't think... Oh, I almost forgot. So the ending of this episode was really strange. So at the beginning of the episode, Princess Bubblegum explained the reason she needed somebody to transport the tarts to the back rub ceremony is because the tart toter which is like this gingerbread man who used to tote the tarts, is now a crazy old crackpot, and he has like no idea what he's talking about, and he's really weird. And we don't get to see that until the end of the episode, where he bursts into the back rubbing ceremony and delivers this crazy dialogue about existential dread and all this shit. And he goes into detail about like, human lives are the only thing more precious than the universe itself, and shit like that. And it was really, really out of left field, and it was strange, and it felt like a Rick and Morty moment almost, just because of how crazy and random it was. So I thought it was important to note that it just kind of surprised me. I don't know. It was very weird. But overall, very fine filler episode. Hard to be too mean to it, considering we just got off of a lore episode. So obviously I'm going to think less of it. And I probably rated it lower than I would have if it would have been like in a line of filler episodes instead of following the first continuity episode that we've gotten. But yeah, this one was fine. And of course, we end out this block of episodes with none other than Season 2, Episode 10, To Cut a Woman's Hair. And as with many episodes in the show, it begins with Finn and Jake just hanging out in the wilderness. They're actually feeding some baby birds for a mama bird who had a beak injury, so Finn is chewing up different foods and spitting them out into babies' mouths. And I'd say that this was kind of weird, but I know people who have actually taken care of baby birds before, and it's kind of something that you actually have to do. So I'm going to give them a pass on this one. But basically, they help the mama bird and they continue on their merry way. And then they discover a tree witch in a clearing. And the tree witch is very upset, and she hears that they're heroes, and she asks for their help because she's got a bald spot. And she really, really wants some hair to cover it up so she can be beautiful. And Finn sort of considers it, but Jake says, no, man, she's an evil witch. We shouldn't help her. And he's like, oh, yeah, good point, bro. And then the evil witch kidnaps Jake and puts him under her butt and basically holds him at ransom and tells Finn that if he doesn't go and find a lock of princess hair to give her, then Jake is going to be sucked into her butt. And that's sort of the running plot for this episode. Finn has to save Jake by getting a lock of princess hair from a princess. And the witch also specifies that she'll suck Jake into her butt immediately if Finn reveals to any of the princesses that he needs their hair for the tree witch, because she's really embarrassed about her bald spot and she doesn't want people to know about it. So he basically has to find a way to covertly ask for princess's hair, which is kind of a weird plot to begin with, but it gets even weirder. So the first princess that he runs into, I believe, is the Muscle Princess. And the Muscle Princess has previously only been in the background and not called out by name. But basically, she's like a bodybuilder princess, and she's got huge ass muscles and like an old school Arnold Schwarzenegger style build. And she's like got these big veiny muscles, and she's got little brown hair. And it kind of just gets the job done. The only reason she has hair in the first place is just out of necessity. She even goes as far as saying that she purposefully keeps her hair pretty mundane because she doesn't want people to focus on it over her muscles. So naturally, you'd think that the plot was going towards her hair not being usable because it's not beautiful. But actually, no. Basically, Finn just straight up asks for her hair with no reason, and she thinks that he's flirting with her. And this immediately kind of sets her off, and she's like, ooh, Finn, we should be in a romantic relationship. And Finn's like, no, it's nothing like that. I just need your hair, but I can't tell you why. And what ends up happening is she gets mad because She thinks Finn's in love with her, but he's just not showing his affection. And so she basically tells him to go fuck off. And Finn is left to wander around and try to find a different princess to get hair from. The next princess he runs into and tries to get hair from is Lumpy Space Princess. And basically, the lore behind her sort of like small B plot in this episode is her parents made her mad, so she ran away from home. And she's camping in the woods, and she's got like a bunch of trash all around her that she's sort of trying to use to build like a little makeshift campsite. And she's asleep when Finn happens by her in the woods at night, and so he decides that he's going to try and sneak up on her and steal some of her hair while she's asleep. And a weird thing happens at this point in the episode. He basically says like, wait a minute, does Lumpy Space Princess even have hair? And he gets really close to her, and the camera zooms in, and you can see that her lumps have little tiny hairs on them. And so immediately he starts to like cut her hair with scissors, and it's little tiny strands of like fibrous hair. And of course she wakes up and sees Finn cutting her hair, and she immediately thinks that this is Finn trying to confess his love for her in a roundabout way, just like Muscle Princess did. And so basically he has to take matters into his own hands and decide not to use her hair. He decides that all these princesses trying to think that he's in love with them is a problem, and instead he needs to try and find a princess who doesn't have any way to think that he's trying to flirt with her. So naturally he goes to a graveyard and starts to dig up a dead princess's body, which is one of our first major crimes in the show, minus some other minor crimes that have been sprinkled throughout. Our last major crime was the war crimes that they committed when they captured the Ice King unlawfully and tortured him, but we won't talk about that. So basically, he digs up this princess, and on her tombstone it says, like, here lies the beautiful princess. She was very beautiful, or something like that. And Finn says that she's, like, that epitaph on the tombstone is very macabre. And I had to look up what macabre meant, because it was a word that I'd never heard before, and I thought it was interesting and kind of funny that an Adventure Time episode taught me a word that I'd never heard before, and I had to look it up in the middle of watching the episode. Because the funny thing about that, too, is if I didn't know what the word macabre meant, there's definitely probably a vast majority of small children that don't know what macabre meant. And I know I've seen this episode before, so I just must have, like, went on and didn't even think about it back then, because I feel like I would have remembered that detail. But either way, I thought it was kind of interesting. And after he finishes digging up the actual casket for the beautiful princess, it turns out the beautiful princess died of becoming bald. So she's actually bald, and she doesn't have any hair to spare. And that part of her tombstone was actually covered by like some grass or something, so he didn't catch it. But then when he opens up the casket, she wakes up, and she's like a skeleton with like a princess crown, and she's like, oh, thank you, Finn. And she like just stands up and walks out of her gravestone and leaves. And it's kind of like, oh, okay, well now there's like a random skeleton princess hanging out in the world. I wonder if she's gonna show up in any later episodes and like have a little cameo, but I don't think we've seen her in the background before this, so I don't know, I thought it was kind of interesting. And basically after this, Finn kind of has to accept defeat, and he goes back to the witch, and Jake's almost completely sucked into her butt. All that remains is like his eyes and his mouth, but like the rest of his face are sucked under her into her ass. And he's like, dude, come on, you gotta help me, man. And he's like, I'm sorry, Jake, all these princesses think that I'm in love with them, and like they're trying to get all lovey-dovey and like me and stuff because I want their hair. And he's like, dude, I don't care if you have to take a princess on a date and fall in love with her and everything. Just get a lock of hair. And then he gets sucked in, and it's just his arms, like, outstretched, grabbing onto the ground as best as they can to try and stop her sucking him up into her ass. So Finn sets off again, and he decides to go to Princess Bubblegum and see if he can convince Princess Bubblegum to go on a date with him, and then go out with her and ask for a piece of her hair. And so there's an ongoing gag in this episode that if you want to make a lady like you, you have to take her out for a nice dinner, or make her a nice dinner. And Jake specifically calls out spaghetti dinner, and women love getting spaghetti dinner. And so Finn takes Princess Bubblegum out into the woods, and he's got like a witch's cauldron that he's filled with boiling water, and inside of it is like spaghetti noodles and red sauce and everything else you need for spaghetti. And so he like cuts down a tree like a maniac and like speed runs, setting up like a table and chairs. And then he like takes this heaping hot spaghetti out of this black cauldron and smacks it on her plate and makes her like eat it up. And he's like, "You like it? You like it?" And she's like, "Yeah, I like it. This is great, Finn. Thank you." And he's like, yeah, okay. Now give me some of your hair." And he gets it from her really quick, and she's like, "Yeah, sure, you weirdo." And he gets a little piece of her pink hair and takes it back to the tree witch, who immediately says, "Hey, what the fuck? This isn't hair. This is bubblegum." Because, of course, Princess Bubblegum has bubblegum hair. And basically, after this, she says, "Well, you're out of time, Finn," and starts to suck Jake into her ass the rest of the way. And then Finn decides to start bullying her. So he calls her insanely ugly, and he tells her that nobody's ever going to love her, and that she's just a horrible, horrible person, and she needs to chill the fuck out and let go of his friend, because she's got an ugly heart and an ugly face and an ugly personality, and nobody's ever going to love her. And she gets so upset that she just lets Jake go. And you'd think that'd be the end of the episode, but basically Finn feels bad for insulting her to help his friend escape. And so he asks her, he goes, do you need specifically princess hair? And she's like, "No, it just needs to be beautiful hair." So then Finn takes off his hat for the first time in the show, and underneath is his gorgeous, beautiful, long blonde hair. And I think that that's why this episode's kind of iconic, because it's the first time that we actually get to see under his hat. I'm pretty sure it was established at a previous point in the show that his like white hat was a hat. But I didn't mention it because I kind of knew that this was going to be coming eventually. But this is the first episode where I actually get to see underneath Finn's hat and see his beautiful long blonde hair. And it's immediately followed up with him getting it shaved off, and then he's just got little blonde strands under his white cap after this. But I'm pretty sure it eventually grows back, but we'll have to see, because there's kind of like a Finn's hair lore that kind of progresses throughout the show, so we'll have to check back into that. But that's really about it for the plot of this episode. He gives the hair to her, and she's like, "All right, now I can use my beautiful hair to do evil deeds." And he's like, "Oh, fuck." And then she trips and falls and, like, breaks her branch, which is, like, her leg or whatever. But, yeah, that's the end of the episode after that. Now, let's get into some of the bullet points for this episode that I have in my notes, of course. So, was this a filler episode? Obviously. Did I spot the snail initially? No. But I kind of decided to scrub back a little bit and cheat because I wanted to make sure that the snail was still in these episodes, because I didn't really see it a ton in this block. So I was like kind of worried that the snail wasn't in the episodes anymore, and I was like mistaken that it was in every single episode. So I did scrub through and I did find it. It's at the graveyard scene. But no, there was no fart jokes. There was plenty of butt jokes, but none of them stood out overtly as fart jokes, which I have that specified in my notes, that butt jokes are fine, but fart jokes are what qualifies for the category. Now, I tried to think of any, like, cute moments in this episode, and there really weren't a ton, but you could say that the Finn and Princess Bubblegum shipping material in this episode was kind of cute. And there were some moments where it was like, oh yeah, you know, they're chilling out, but you can tell very obviously that Finn is not interested in actually going on like a romantic date with her at this very moment. It's literally just a means to an end in order for like him to save Jake. And so there's no real like actual connection there, despite the fact that it's sort of something that I know they throw around in later episodes. But either way, the spaghetti dinner scene could be kind of cute. Cool moments. I thought that Princess or Lumpy Space Princess's like trash campsite was kind of cool. There was like some shopping carts there and like a bunch of different junk that was sort of like out of character for the land so far. It wasn't really fantasy related, and it kind of implied some more modern stuff that could possibly be out there, like supermarkets and that kind of thing. And I think they lean more heavily into this idea later on in the show's run, but I just thought it was interesting and I wanted to bring it up under the cool parts. And funny moments, realistically, Finn having to save Jake because Jake was getting sucked into the witch's ass was a really funny part, but it was like, well, you know. And I think other than that, really, there wasn't a ton that was super funny. But either way, the weird things that happened as well, Jake was talking to the tree witch and trying to convince her that she didn't need hair and she was already beautiful. And he literally was like, hey, mama, you don't need hair, you're beautiful, girl. And then she said like, oh, tell me how you would court me. And it was really weird. But realistically, that's about it for this one. And I don't know, pretty run-of-the-mill filler episode. I'm feeling probably like a solid 6 on this one. And that is the final episode of this block. Season 2, Episode 11 of Adventure Time is titled The Chamber of Frozen Blades, and it involves Finn and Jake yet again staking out the Ice Kingdom and staking out the Ice King's house because they think he's going to be up to no good. There's this flame character who's kind of like Calcifer off of Howl's Moving Castle, and his name's like Flambeau, and he's given Finn and Jake a tip that on this specific day that they're staking out the Ice Kingdom, he's going to be attempting to kidnap a princess. And so while Finn and Jake are while Finn and Jake are staking out the Ice King's lair, they see him leave with a bag and his penguin Gunther. And so they decide to sneak in and see if they can find out any clues on where he went or what he was up to. And while they're in there, they go through his diary where he's kind of just having a ton of self-pity. And they go on his computer and see a bunch of Adventure Time Rule 34 fan art that he created. And then, on accident, they expose a secret ninja lair. And I haven't mentioned until this point in the review, but Finn and Jake are absolutely obsessed with ninjas in this episode for some reason. And they have like a how to be ninja handbook that they're following. And the reason they're sneaking in and looking for clues instead of just confronting the Ice King directly is because they're trying to be more like ninjas. So of course, coincidentally, they run into the Ice King's secret ninja lair inside of his house. And inside of there, he's got a ton of different ninja weapons, a ton of different books that teach about ninja magic, and he's got tons of posters for different in-universe ninja shows, including a ninja show called Princess Assassin, which the poster features a bikini-clad woman with some ninja like attack weapons, and it's like she's got boobs for days. It's really, really like on the nose that Ice King is kind of interested in like really, really nerdy like otaku culture in this episode, and he's kind of got a bit of like a weeby aesthetic going on in this episode, which was kind of funny. And during the B plot of this episode, the Ice King actually arrives at what I originally thought was the DMV, but it's instead a veterinary, did I say that right? veterinary clinic. It's veterinary. Yeah, veterinary clinic. Because his pet penguin Gunther is not feeling well. And it is there where he runs into the vet named Dr. Princess, and she is very concerned about Gunther's health. God, I can't speak today. Gunther's health, because Gunther is like extremely large and he looks like absolute death. And it cuts back to Finn and Jake occasionally, but basically it seems like the Ice King is using Gunther being sick and taking him to the vet as a means to introduce himself to Dr. Princess and presumably kidnap her. It's very similar to how in Garfield, John will take Garfield the cat to the vet in order to talk to that lady that he's got a crush on a lot. It kind of gave me that kind of vibes, and I thought it was important to bring that up at this point in the review. But anyway, we cut back to Finn and Jake, and they have a really, really cool ice ninja fight where they cast like ninjutsu magic to summon different magical ice weapons and like summon blizzards and all sorts of cool shit like that. And they have a little fight, and while they're fighting, it like destroys the Ice King's house. But it's a very, very cinematic and cool moment in the episode where they're having their fight. So it was well worth it for the audience. But obviously the Ice King returns and discovers his house has been destroyed, and he's very pissed off. And it appears when he returns that he has not captured any princesses or Dr. Princess, and Gunther was instead pregnant, and Gunther has an egg now and he feels a lot better, which I guess he turned out to be a she. And so Finn and Jake feel bad because they just trashed his house and he actually wasn't up to any trouble. And so he says, yeah, that's right, you can help me fix up my house. Why don't you take my duffel bag over to the cage over there to put it away? And when they pick up the duffel bag, of course, they hear somebody yelling help, and inside of the duffel bag is Dr. Princess, who isn't an actual princess. Apparently her surname is just Princess, and the Ice King kidnapped her because he thought that she was an actual princess. And so naturally Finn and Jake have a ninja fight with the Ice King and stop him, and at the end of the episode, Gunther's egg hatches, and inside of it is like this weird like magical pink cat with like a heart on its forehead. It was really weird. And then the Ice King's like, Gunther, why didn't you tell me? And it was very strange. But that was basically the entire plot of this episode. And I'm going to go over my notes here and see if I have any other things I want to note about this specific episode here. Let's see. One of the cute moments in this episode was when they had Flambeau in sort of lighting a fire for them at their stakeout. And Flambeau himself is the flame, and they feed him coal in a very similar way to how they feed Calcifer in Howl's Moving Castle. So I thought that was really, really cool. I'm glad they took that from Howl's Moving Castle, because Calcifer was a really cool character, and I'm glad he exists in some form in the Adventure Time universe now. And there was also a cool moment where Jake used his ice magic to have nunchucks appear and other weapons appear for that matter. And I forgot to mention too, one of the funniest moments in the episode is when the episode ends. It ends with the Ice King getting kicked in the face, and like red appears on the screen, and it has like some really like black paint looking text, and it says like the name of the episode and who worked on it. So it was like the end title screen of like a ninja movie kind of thing. And it was kind of cool. It was a neat gag. The weird moment was when the egg hatched, obviously, and it was a pink cat. And some other cool things in this episode as well were the fact that it kind of implies that there's TV shows in the Adventure Time universe with the Bikini Assassin poster. And also they showed multiple holographic computers in this episode, which again plays into that idea that Adventure Time has much higher tech stuff than you would traditionally think of when you think of a fantasy focused show like Adventure Time. But it was really, really kind of neat. Overall, there was lots of cool stuff in this episode, but other than that, it was pretty run-of-the-mill. and very much a filler episode. But either way, I was satisfied with it, and honestly, it was one of the better filler episodes in this block, so I couldn't complain too much. I remember this one really well for some reason too, but overall, I'm very glad that since it was a filler episode, they didn't go too crazy with the complexity of the plot, because honestly, I love complex episodes in the show, and they're usually very interesting, but when it's a filler episode, it seems a lot less rewarding than when it's an episode that actually has some importance to the entire show or to the backstory of a character. But either way, a very, very solid episode of Adventure Time nonetheless. Season 2, Episode 12, Her Parents, opens with the boys and BMO having a little breakfast on a beautiful morning. There's sunbeams shining through the window, and for some reason this scene is really artistic. And our heroes and their little robot friend are just kind of chilling out in the treehouse, and they're relaxing, and they all let out little sighs of relaxation, including BMO, which is fucking adorable. And they're just kind of chilling and talking about breakfast when Jake brings up the fact that he's a little worried because he has to meet Lady Rainicorn's parents for the first time today. And he starts to hatch an idea where he could possibly invite them over early and attempt to get to know them before Lady Rainicorn shows up, so when she does show up, they can already be really, really good friends and getting along really, really well. It's revealed later on in the episode that the reason Jake is so adamant that Lady Rainicorn's parents like him is because of the fact that we learn through Jake telling us in the episode that there was previously a battle, a war if you will, between the dogs and the Rainicorns over the crystal dimension. And there's still some bad blood there, apparently, amongst Rainicorns and dogs alike between the two different races in the land of Oo. And so Jake's worried that when Lady Rainicorn's parents find out that he's a dog, they're not going to approve of their relationship, and he's really, really nervous about it. So he does decide to invite them over early and try to kick things off well with them. And the way he does this is he has this really cool crystal message thing that he does, where basically he writes a message, like scans it with a crystal, and then it gets shot out of the window in a beam of light. And then a beam of light comes back through the window and shoots him in the head. And when it shoots him in the head, he has the message in his head, which is really, really cool. And I thought that was a neater part of the episode. And they said that they would come early and talk to him and introduce themselves to him and kind of get to know each other. So he decides that he needs to lie to them and basically convince them that he's a Rainicorn, because he really, really wants them to like him and really, really wants them to approve of him and Lady Rainicorn's relationship. So he asks Finn to help him out, and of course, Finn, being the good friend that he is, says yes. And there's a little musical montage where they're redecorating the entire apartment in rainbow colors. And it was kind of, I don't know, an interesting montage, and it was cool seeing them paint their entire apartment in multiple rainbow colors. And then it cuts out of the musical montage, and it turns out that a lot of that was in their head. In reality, they only had ketchup and mustard to decorate their apartment. So the whole place is now red and yellow smeared with ketchup and mustard, including Finn and Jake themselves, who are both going to pretend to be Rainicorns. And when Ethel and Bob, Lady Rainicorn's parents, show up, they're completely convinced that Finn and Jake are both Rainicorns. Well, they're convinced Jake is a Rainicorn, not Finn. They think Finn's a goblin, but Finn, as we know, is obviously a human. And Jake explains to them that no, he's not a goblin. He's actually his servant human boy. And they're like, holy shit, he must be rich if he's got a human servant. Humans are really rare. I thought they were extinct, shit like that. And it's at this point that basically Jake starts this ruse that he's a proper Rainicorn, and Lady Rainicorn's parents fully believe it. And over the course of the next few scenes or so, basically They like hang out and they tell different Rainicorn stories, and Jake pretends he knows what he's talking about. And then they decide to play some traditional Rainicorn games, which usually involve herding servants. So Finn, being the good friend he is, decides to put up with it for him. And there's another montage here where Finn is basically getting the shit beat out of him while Lady Rainicorn's parents and Jake all play different games, such as like poking Finn in the ass and making him run into furniture, turning into springs and launching Finn across the air, and other miscellaneous things as well. And eventually enough becomes enough, and Finn starts to get really pissed off with all this. And Jake says, fine, I won't let them play any more Rainicorn games. I won't let them hurt you. And so he goes to tell them that, but they say that's okay. They're tired anyway. Let's get some food instead. And Jake offers to prepare them some food, and he says, Finn will make a great food for us. And so when Finn shows up, Ethel and Bob start eating him, like properly eating him. And it's really, really weird and kind of gross. They start licking him all over and like getting him ready to start eating, and they rip off all of his clothes. And Jake has to come clean in order to save Finn, because otherwise they were straight up going to eat Finn. And it's kind of like weird that they were going to, because it doesn't really make any sense until later in the episode, so hold on just a minute. But basically he reveals that he lied to them to try and impress them, and Lady Rainicorn shows up, and basically Jake just kind of breaks down. He's like, hey, I'm actually a dog, and Finn's my best friend human boy, and you're not going to eat him, and I'm really, really sorry I lied. And he expects Ethel and Bob to hate him even more than they would for the fact that he's a dog, because they were lied to by him. But they actually love him even more, because Bob explains that back during the Dog and Rainicorn War, he was actually rescued during a battle by a dog. So they love dogs. And that's sort of the end of the episode, or so you'd think. Basically, after this, they're eating some food anyway, and it turns out Ethel and Bob have brought some of their favorite food, human. Now, as they mentioned before, humans have been extinct, or presumably extinct, for quite some time in the land of Oo. So they don't actually have real human. Instead, they have soy human. And this is really, really gross. Basically, they barbecued it, and they're sitting outside at a picnic table, and there's like this like foamy blobs that are roughly shaped like human arms and legs and heads, and they're just chowing down Lady Rainicorn and her parents. And Jake looks at Finn and is like, and Finn looks at Jake and he's like, and then Jake tries a bite, and he's like, whoa, this is really good. Finn, you're delicious. And he just starts chowing down like crazy. And then Finn goes in for a bite very, very cautiously, and he looks at it and he's like, oh God. And then he takes a bite and he looks at the camera and he smiles, and the episode ends. And that's how this episode ends, with Finn tasting imitation human and liking it, which means that Finn and Jake canonically are cannibals. Not technically, but hear me out. If there were other humans in the land of Oo, Finn and Jake would like the taste of them, because Ethel explains that Rainicorns eat humans, or did eat humans, before they went extinct. And since humans were their favorite food, they developed soy human to taste just like real human. So that means that Finn and Jake both tasted human and liked it. It wasn't real human, but it was still human. So that was sort of the end of this episode. Overall, it was pretty straightforward and pretty expected as far as plot goes, and there wasn't really anything too thought-provoking in there, except for the ending. The ending was so crazy and out of left field, and I was like almost asleep during this episode, because from the minute that Jake revealed his plans to pretend to be a Rainicorn, I knew by the end of it he was going to be outed, and either they were going to be upset and leave, or they were going to be fine and everything was going to be okay. But I did not expect this human twist, so I was literally like starting to fall asleep, and then all of a sudden this human food thing happened, and I like shot up and I was like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck was that? Because in that moment, this episode went from like a bog standard filler episode to an episode that could make a backstory piece of information for Finn and Jake be that they could be cannibals if there were humans to eat in the land of Ooh. And it was really, really strange, and I was just kind of surprised that they even went there. And I don't remember this very well from when I was a kid. I vaguely remember them having their like barbecue, but I did not remember that Finn literally eats human. And I don't think as a kid it came across to me how fucked up this scene was. So I thought it was important to emphasize that it was very, very strange. Other than that, obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. Unfortunately, no, I did not spot the snail. There was no fart jokes. And I talked about the cute moment with BMO chilling around breakfast time, and I talked about the cool moment with all the lasers and the gems and stuff, and the dog versus Rainicorn wars. It's really, really interesting from a lore standpoint that there was a war in the Adventure Time universe. It really sets up that like whole underwater city with the tanks before as being something a little more meaningful than just a background set piece. I talked about the musical sequence as one of the funnier moments in the episode, and I talked about the Rainicorns eating humans. So I think that about covers it, folks. Overall, very, very straightforward and simple filler episode, except for that little detail at the end, and that's going to go on as one of my favorite fun facts from the show now, that Finn and Jake are basically confirmed cannibals if humans existed in the land of Ooh. So we'll have to remember that if any do crop up, that, well, you know, Finn and Jake might eat them. So that's it for this one, folks. Now to talk about Season 2, Episode 13, The Pods. This episode, honestly, was fairly unremarkable, and not a whole lot happened, all things considered. It just kind of happened, and it was there, and it was gone, and the episode started and it ended. But basically, here's the plot. Finn and Jake were wandering through the woods on their way to an ice cream eating contest when they stumble upon this gnome knight who was cursed and turned into a frog, and he's guarding some magical beans. And he explains that he's sworn to this duty to guard these magical beans with his life, and he cannot die until they are safe. There are 3 of them, 2 of them are good, 1 of them is evil, and he has to protect them, and he can't die until they're safe, or he passes on his quest to somebody else. And naturally, Finn, being the hero that he is and not thinking about the consequences of his actions, takes up the Gnome Frog Knight's quest to protect the beans. And as soon as he says he'll accept it, the Gnome Frog Knight is like, "Really, you will?" And then he hands him the chest and like his staff, and he keels over and he dies, and then he turns into dust and blows away. It was kind of dark, but it was funny. I liked the little bit of dark humor sprinkled in this episode. And Finn and Jake are left in charge of the beans. And instead of trying to take the beans with them anywhere, Finn explains that they have to stay there and protect the beans at all costs, which apparently that just means he's willing to give up his entire life of adventuring and just watch some beans. I don't really understand the logic behind this, but, you know, we'll just keep rolling with it. And Jake suggests that they just plant all 3 of the beans, and then if the evil one does sprout, they just vanquish it, and then they can go on with their day and make it to the ice cream eating contest. And Finn's hesitant at first, but he eventually agrees. So they plant the 3 beans, and they go to sleep. And when they wake up in the morning, the first bean plant sprouts. And basically, it's like Jack and the Beanstalk style, how big it is. But then a pod comes down instead of them having to climb it, and then there's something on the top, which was what I was expecting, honestly. And when the pod drops down and opens up, inside of the first pod is a bunch of cute little pigs with different like professions outfits. So there's like a chef little pig, a construction worker little pig, a doctor little pig, you know, that kind of shit. Policeman little pig. I don't know if it was exactly these, but you get the idea. And they're really, really cute, and they seem really innocent, but Finn's not convinced. So he makes them all take a test to prove whether or not they're evil. And they basically can't even sit in a chair and write because they're so like dumb and cute. But they do manage to all write on their exams that they're allergic to ice cream. by drawing a picture of an ice cream cone under, do you have any allergies, which is a minor detail seemingly at the time, but it does become important later, so I'm going to continue this train of thought later on. And then the second pod drops down after some time, and they have a little montage before this where they're playing and dancing and having fun, and then they go to bed. And when the second pod drops down, inside of it is some magical wands, and these magical wands have cool effects, like the magical wands that the wizard was giving out in season 1 or whatever it was in the woods. But it turns out they can even do like different magical things as well, and they actually work as something to cast spells with, which is fascinating. But what ends up happening with that is they kind of play with the wands a little bit during the day, and then they go to bed again. And when they wake up the next morning, the third pod has dropped down. And inside of the third pod is unlimited replenishing ice cream. And, you know, obviously that's not evil. So which one of the two other things was evil? That's the question. And my first thought was the wands, which, I mean, they kind of were, but I guess they weren't. Obviously, it turns out that the piglets were evil, and now there's this whole swarm of little adorable piglets with different job costumes on, and they stole the magic wands, and they're using them to terrorize and destroy a village. And throughout this entire episode, I forgot to mention as well, Jake has this sort of B plot within the A plot going on, where he keeps mentioning that he wants to get going to the ice cream festival or the ice cream eating competition, and he keeps talking about how much he loves ice cream, and that keeps being a reoccurring thing in this episode, is the ice cream stuff, just in case I wasn't like clear enough about that. But when they arrive in the village, they discover the pigs destroying it, and Finn remembers from all of their tests that they are all allergic to ice cream, so they use the third pod and spray ice cream out of it to land on all of the little piglets, and they're all allergic to ice cream. So as soon as it comes in contact with their skin, they blow up all big like a ball, and then they explode. And they save the town, and that's basically the end of the episode, in all honesty. Not much else happens other than that. We don't even get to see them going to the ice cream eating competition. It literally just ends with them essentially just saving the town. So there you have it, folks. But I've got some other stuff to talk about when it comes to this episode as well. So let's see. Is this a filler episode? Obviously it is. I did not spot the snail. I've been having a hard time in Season 2 catching the snail, which has been kind of annoying to me, honestly. And also, no, there was no fart jokes. I really thought there was going to be quite a few times, but no, there actually wasn't. And let's see, what else here? A funny thing that happened is Jake got hit with a dance spell by one of the pigs, and for the entire final sequence, he basically couldn't stop dancing, which was kind of funny. The weirdest moment in the episode was when basically the final bean pod with the ice cream in it was leaking chocolate ice cream. Jake said, "Ew, look, it's squirting." And it had like a slit in it, and it had chocolate ice cream coming out, and it looked like poop. And Jake goes over with his finger and licks it, and it was really gross. I don't know. It was kind of gross. And also when the pigs were hit with ice cream and they had the allergic reaction and they exploded, of course they turned into flowers. Like, they exploded into flowers, which was interesting as well. But that's really about it for this episode. Honestly, there wasn't a whole lot that happened. There wasn't a whole lot that went on. It was just kind of another mid-filler episode, but like even more mid than usual. And I was kind of not too hot on this one. Honestly, it kind of started and it kind of stopped, and I didn't even realize. This was honestly probably one of the less watchable ones, but not even from like an it was bad standpoint, just from nothing happened, so why waste your time watching it kind of standpoint. And that sounds really harsh, but realistically, a lot of the bits in this episode had been done a lot better in other episodes. And I just wasn't a fan of the whole bean plant pods sprouting random shit idea. I really thought when this was a bean pod episode or like a bean plant episode that they were going to do, like a Jack and the Beanstalk parody, and Finn and Jake were going to be climbing the beanstalk and they were going to be going up to the giant's castle in the clouds and fighting the giant, and that would have been 100 times more interesting than what we ended up with. And I don't know why they didn't just do that. But either way, this episode existed. I don't really have much else to say, so I'm just going to go ahead and continue. And now for Season 2, Episode 14, The Silent King. Sadly, another kind of mid-episode. So in this episode, Finn and Jake arrive in a goblin kingdom that's being harassed by this, evil goblin man thing named Zergiok. And basically, Zergiok is harassing all these goblins, and he's making them give them, piggyback rides, and he's kicking them, and he's spanking them, and he's just being a fucking douchebag to them. So naturally, Finn and Jake come and put a stop to it. And when they do, the goblins are left kingless. And when they're left kingless, they don't really know what to do. They decide that if they don't have a king, then there's no rules, and they're going to start to riot, and they're going to burn the place down. So in an attempt to stop them, Finn decides to be the new Goblin King. And when he decides to be the new Goblin King, they basically give him a little more backstory on Zergiok. Basically, Zergiok was randomly, just in their village one day, and he just started, beating the shit out of them and spanking them until he became the king. And he would just go around at the most random moments spanking the citizens of this Goblin Kingdom. And there was even a scene in a flashback from one of the goblins where he was proposing to his goblin wife. And after he finished doing his proposal, Zergiok came over and put him over his knee and spanked his ass in front of his now fiance. And it was just really, really strange. And I don't know why Zergiok as a character existed other than just to be hateable, which was kind of funny. But basically, Finn and Jake are now the king and queen. Finn's the king, Jake's the queen. And they are the rulers of the goblins. And they're kind of hyped because now they're royalty and all these goblins are kind of doing things for them. And when they get to the king and queen's quarters, there's a bed, and it's a king-size bed for the king and queen. And the first thing that they request is that they turn the king-size bed into bunk beds so Finn and Jake don't have to sleep in the same bed, which was kind of funny. And when they do, they lay down in bed, and the little goblin guy who's the king's advisor basically hands him a book of tons and tons of rules for the Goblin Kingdom and tells him he needs to read them. But Finn basically asks him to read them to him instead, and he says, okay, sure, I will. And Finn falls asleep while he's reading the rules. And basically, it turns out that there's hundreds and hundreds of rules in the Goblin Kingdom that more or less present the king with the issue that he's not able to really do anything. He's kind of just supposed to let every single goblin in the Goblin Kingdom do everything for him. Which, I mean, for Finn it's a challenge, but I feel like for most people they would not complain. But then it gets to the point where it's kind of overboard too, I guess. Because, the king's not even allowed to chew his own food, so he has to have one of his goblin assistants chew his food for him and spit it out onto a plate before he can eat it, which is what the fuck? And then Zergiok comes back to the Goblin Kingdom, and Finn wants to go kick his ass again, but the goblins tell him that he's not allowed to go fight Zergiok himself. He has to instead send somebody to fight for him, or give Zergiok a speech to make him stop fighting, which is what does that matter, It was just that's not gonna do shit. And Finn obviously thought the same thing, because we already had that episode in the previous season where sort of the central plot was if you're gonna be a hero, you have to use violence. So Finn basically sneaks away and puts this side character that was really unremarkable in the king's throne with a cardboard box on his head to make him look like Finn. And he sneaks off and he wears Jake as a disguise, which was really, really weird. And he beats up Zergiak again. And when he does, he realizes that they've been just kind of talking to this fake king and thinking that he's the real king, and it hasn't really been affecting them in any way. So Finn just decides to let them do it, and he leaves this mute character with a cardboard box on his head in charge of the entire Goblin Kingdom, because I guess it doesn't really change things for them, because either way they just want a king that's going to listen to them, more or less. And well, let's see here. I guess that's really about it overall. Obviously, yes, this is a filler episode. No, I didn't spot the snail. And yes, there was a fart episode. I'm pretty sure it happened when the goblins were getting farted or something. If that doesn't tell you anything, that was sort of the gist of this episode overall. I talked about the funny moments where Zergiak interrupted a goblin proposal by spanking the groom. There was a goblin who was so upset that he had nobody to tell him what to do. He just started hitting himself with a hammer, which was kind of funny. And another funny thing was Jake was the queen of the Goblin Kingdom, but I didn't say how that came to be. He basically asked to be Finn's queen as a means to be royalty himself. So he got a position. So he just was like, hey, can I be Finn's queen? And they're like, yeah, sure. And there was another weird thing. So Finn was wearing Jake as like a disguise, which included basically Finn was just like inside of him, and you could see Finn's face out of Jake's mouth. And it was really weird because Finn's like, why does it smell like vanilla in here? And Jake explained that his insides smell like vanilla because he's under a witch's curse, which was really weird. And that's why I paused in the middle of that sentence, because I just had to think about it again, because it sounds so fucking ridiculous and random. I was like, is that really what happened? And yes, it was. The only other things I didn't mention that happened in this episode as well is there was a thief stealing some hot buns from a grandma goblin, and Finn had to go and put on a speech to tell him to stop, and basically, obviously, that didn't work, and the goblin still stole the buns. So Finn hops out of the castle balcony and starts to fight the goblin, and the goblin immediately turns around in fear and exposes his ass so the king can spank him, because that's what the old king did, so that's what he expects Finn to do. These goblins were really weird, and this episode's plot was almost even weirder than the last one. But honestly, it was a little more funny, the idea that the goblins were just so blindly obedient. So I'm giving this one a little more of a pass than the last episode. But overall, these two episodes in particular really soured my opinion of this block quite a bit. And I was not a huge fan of these two in particular, if I'm being honest with you. Thankfully, if I recall, the next episode we have to talk about was a little bit better, and I did enjoy it a little bit more, so we do have that coming up next. But other than that, these two episodes of Adventure Time were kind of mid. The last episode in this block of reviews is Season 2, Episode 15, The Real You. And this episode opens up with our heroes traveling once again, and this time they're heading to the Candy Kingdom because Princess Bubblegum is giving some kind of science barbecue seminar thing in front of a crowd of brainiacs. And Finn is carrying this rather impressive scale model of the Candy Kingdom that he made out of his own saliva, and he plans on giving it to Princess Bubblegum to impress her. And when they arrive, basically, Finn tells the princess to close her eyes, and he holds up the little tray with the scale model of the Candy Kingdom, and she accidentally sneezes before she opens her eyes, and it basically makes all of the saliva bubbles evaporate and pop, and the scale model of the Candy Kingdom that he was going to give her is destroyed. His plan still does end up working, though, because Princess Bubblegum opens her eyes and sees the empty pink tray, and she says, "Oh, it's a pink tray. I love pink trays. I love things that are pink. Thank you, Finn. Oh my god." And she gladly accepts his gift. And after that, she ends up asking him if he would like to present and give a speech in front of the Brainiacs at the barbecue that night, which Finn, not even thinking clearly because he's just glad that she liked his gift, blindly agrees to. So Finn is left in this predicament where now he has to give a speech in front of a bunch of smart people, and he has no idea what to talk about because he himself is just a dumb adventurer who's all about the brawn and not about the brains. So he proposes to Jake that they go to the only place he can possibly think of where they can get more knowledge, the library. And when they arrive in the library, which, by the way, I should mention at this point, I think they return to in a later episode, so this is kind of a reoccurring location, despite the fact that this is the first time that we've actually heard about it. They end up getting really distracted while they're trying to study, because Finn has a book about pigs, and Jake has a book about figs, and basically they can't stay focused on their studying, and they keep getting distracted. And it gets to the point where Finn ends up starting to do a little tune, and they start like making music in the middle of the library, and Turtle Princess is there, and she's all pissed off because they're making noise in the library when they're supposed to be quiet because it's a library. So eventually Finn and Jake are kicked out of the library, and they're left to wander and try to find new means of obtaining knowledge. And that's when they stumble upon this really funny inchworm college that's inside of like a mushroom or like a log or something, and they draw little faces on their fingers and then attend worm college for like a short scene. And it was honestly one of the funniest scenes in this block of episodes, because this worm's basically explaining who out of two fictional characters would win in a fight, and Finn, pretending to be a worm but it's actually just his finger, asks the professor to talk about like some sciencey stuff instead, and the professor gets all mad, and people start, like, the other inchworms start throwing paper airplanes and spitballs and stuff at Finn's little finger. And naturally, of course, Inchworm Finn and Inchworm Jake are kicked out of the Inchworm College, and they're told to never come back, and they're left to wander again to try and find different ways to get more knowledge. And that's when they stumble upon our first reoccurrence of Chuskus, a character from the previous episode where Finn was trying to get some armor that looked, and he didn't end up getting any, really. And Chuskus sent them on a quest in that episode, and he basically doesn't even send them on a quest in this one. He just has a magical artifact that he gives to them in exchange for Finn making them laugh, which when Finn makes him laugh, all he does is like twiddle his finger and make some weird noises, and Chusku starts laughing, and he's like, "Alright, here you go, the glasses of Nerdicon." And so Finn has the glasses of Nerdicon now, and the glasses of Nerdicon make anyone who's wearing them super smart. And as soon as Finn puts them on, there's this really cool moment where like it zooms into his head, and we can see like a Jimmy Neutron style brain blast happening. But then it like goes from like atoms and gets smaller and smaller and smaller until we can see planets, and then it goes to like the planet which Ooh is on, and it gets like smaller and smaller until we arrive back at Finn on like a very, very small planet inside of a bigger, universe. And basically after this weird like Jimmy Neutron brain blast montage, Finn's like, "Whoa, everything big is just something smaller than inside of something big." And he's like, "Whoa, I understand everything." And he runs off to get prepared and get ready for the brain seminar thing at the barbecue. And we basically have a cut, and when we return from the cut, we're at the barbecue, and some guy's giving like a speech about something or other. I don't really remember exactly what he was talking about. But Finn is like sitting there next to Princess Bubblegum, and once this guy finishes talking, Finn's like, yeah, that was okay, I guess. And Finn goes up there and introduces himself, and he's like, all right, so I'm gonna show you guys today blowing some bubbles. And then he blows bubbles with this bubble blower that he made, and he blows like a 2D bubble that has a one-dimensional shadow, and he blows a 3D bubble which has a two-dimensional shadow, and then he blows a 4D bubble which has a three-dimensional shadow. And by doing this and by creating a fourth dimensional object, he's inadvertently created a black hole, and everybody starts to get sucked into it. And Princess Bubblegum's like, whoa, Finn, you made a black hole. And he's like, I know, Princess, I made a black hole. Isn't this awesome? Yeah. And then she's like, are you crazy? And he's like, yeah, I was thinking about it. And at the end of the day, everyone was born to die. And it was like, really, like, what the what? And basically Finn was like, in a roundabout way, just trying to make everybody at the seminar have a brush with death, so they were like thrilled. He wasn't trying to kill all of them, but he ended up making a black hole, so it almost killed all of them. And Princess Bubblegum needs to get this black hole closed, otherwise everybody's gonna die. So she tells Finn that he needs to take off the glasses, because the only person who can solve this problem is the real him. And so he takes off the glasses and becomes dumb again, and he jumps out from behind the barricade that's keeping them from falling into the black hole. And as he jumps out, the 4D bubble blower that he invented when he was crazy smart, goes over his sword, and it turns his sword into a fourth dimensional sword, which was really, really cool. And that was a cooler moment in the episode. And he basically just slays the fourth dimensional black hole bubble that he made. And the barbecue is saved, and all of the people at the barbecue cheer because of all the excitement, and he had a job well done. And basically after this, Princess Bubblegum's like, wow, Finn, that was a really good job, thank you. And she gives him a little peck on the cheek, and he blushes, and a piece of paper that he had when he was smart, that he was writing his notes on, kind of like blows by, and they catch it. And basically it says that when Finn was smart, it was his plan all along to create a black hole and almost destroy the entire barbecue, and then have Princess Bubblegum take the glasses off, and then normal him could save the day, and then the princess would give him a kiss. It was all part of smart Finn's plan. And that's sort of really it for this episode, It was just kind of like, it was sort of a loose parody of Flowers for Algernon, if you've ever read that book before. Really, really good book, by the way. Not so great movie adaptation, but is it ever that great of a movie adaptation? But basically the idea of Flowers for Algernon is this scientist, or this guy develops a pill that makes a person really smart. And there's this person with a low IQ, and they take the pill and they become really smart. And I don't remember if they find out that they're going to become smarter and smarter, and they have to stop taking the pill, and it's like they don't want to go back to having a low IQ or what. But that's sort of like the TLDR of the book. And this was kind of loosely similar. They did a similar thing as well in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where they had an episode where Charlie did a science seminar, and he basically was given a placebo effect pill. So a pill that actually did nothing, but they told him that it would make him smarter. And he put on a really, really intelligent conference, even though he did not know anything about science whatsoever. So very similar plot points, very overdone in television, but honestly, the whole 4D bubble blower thing was pretty interesting, and I liked when Finn's sword was turned 4D, and the Inchworm College scene was pretty awesome as well. So honestly, this episode was probably the best filler that we got in this block, if I'm being honest with you. But let's go over the rest of my notes here really quickly. Yes, this was a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail. And yes, there were some fart jokes. What else do we've got? Oh, there was a cute moment where after Finn got a kiss from Princess Bubblegum, he fainted out of disbelief. And I talked about the cool moments already with the 4D bubble blower and all that. And the funniest part was definitely when Finn and Jake went to Inchworm College. But other than that, there's a calendar at the Inchworm College that I wanted to note as well. And it says that the current month in that episode is Avril, which is some sort of like Land of Ooh version of April. I just thought that was somewhat interesting. And also, this is the second time that we saw Choose Goose in an episode, so that proves that Choose Goose is going to be a reoccurring character for this series. But yeah, that's really the gist of this episode here, Season 2, Episode 15. I don't really think there's anything much else to add. Very solid filler episode, and I'm glad that we had a decent one to round off this block. Overall, I think we're in that kind of mid-season filler episode sort of grind at this point. We're right before like the end of the season where there's going to be like a couple episodes that are actually somewhat meaningful, and so we're just getting a ton of filler episodes of various quality, and I imagine that's going to be the same for the next 5 episodes. Not that I've looked, but I'm very willing to be surprised, and either way I'm having a lot of fun working on this series. So there we have it, folks. Season 2, Episode 15. And that is all for this episode of Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. If you're watching the YouTube version of this after the Supercut comes out for Season 2, we're going to go ahead and continue on here. And if you're watching the solo standalone reviews here, thanks for watching, folks, and have yourselves a fantastic day. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Season 2, Episode 16 of Adventure Time, Guardians of Sunshine, is important for 2 key reasons. Despite the fact that this is a filler episode, it's actually the first time where BMO is treated as one of the focus characters. You'll hear when I'm explaining the plot that he is basically crucial to the beginning and the end of the episode, where he's actually featured prominently. But the entire episode as a whole could not exist without him as a character, and as such, I marked this episode down as a Finn, Jake, and BMO focused episode. So that's interesting to know. In addition to that, this is also the first episode where a large portion of the episode has been dedicated to a completely different art style than usual. Because of the fact that they go inside a video game, the art style changes from the classic cartoony art style that we're used to, and instead becomes like a low poly PS1 3D model style art style, which is kind of interesting, and it made this episode visually distinct from the other ones, and it made it feel a little more substantial to me than just your regular filler episodes in this series thus far. Despite that, this is still very much filler episode. I just wanted to make that clear. But without further ado, let's hop into the plot of Season 2, Episode 16, Guardians of Sunshine. So this episode opens up with Finn and Jake chilling out on the couch, and they're playing BMO, and the game that they're playing is called Guardians of Sunshine, and basically on the screen of BMO, Finn is controlling a character who is like a little pixel art man in a platforming world. And in the game, the character starts out in like an open field next to the mouth of a cave, and when the character goes into the cave, they immediately encounter the pit of lava that they have to hop over, and then they continue on from there, and they have to fight like a giant bee, and then like a honey bunny, and then maybe another enemy as well, and then they get to this frog guy. And the frog guy is basically a boss, we're told, and his name's Sleepy Sam. And Jake and Finn are very much dreading having to face this boss in the game, because apparently they have yet to beat this boss. And since this is an old school style 2D game, whenever they lose all their lives, they have to restart the entire game. So they have not beaten Sleepy Sam yet. And so Finn goes up to Sleepy Sam in the game, and when he gets close to Sleepy Sam, Jake reminds him to do the combo move, which is basically a knockoff of the Konami code, and he pushes in up, up, down, down, left, right, down, spin, start, or some bullshit like that. It wasn't exactly the Konami code. And when he does, he like attacks Sleepy Sam, and it doesn't really do a ton of damage, even though it is supposed to be a special move. And then Sleepy Sam eats the pixel art character on the screen and poops out like a little tiny line of a sprite that's supposed to represent the frog's poop, and the main character is presumably turned into poop. And Finn gets upset because he lost the game once again, and he basically exclaims that the game's kind of BS, because if he was actually there in real life, he could have beat Sleepy Sam easily with his hands or whatever he says. He says something along the lines of like, I could have beat Sleepy Sam easily with these yams or some shit like that, and he holds up his hands. And he wishes he could be in the game, and I don't recall if BMO says... Oh, BMO says, like, it's actually a lot harder than it looks, and he's like, you can go inside. I have a button right here that will transport you inside the game, but it's far too dangerous, and I would never let you do it. And so they immediately, like, try and press the button, but it turns out BMO himself has to press the button. Otherwise, it just doesn't do anything. So Finn and Jake are, like, left trying to convince BMO to push the button and transport them inside the game, but BMO refuses. So they wait for BMO to fall asleep, and when they do, they sneak back downstairs and they tickle his button with a feather, and in his sleep he presses it, and it transports Finn and Jake into the video game world. And when they get transported there, they're instantly like turned into like pixelated low poly models, and like they have a little musical number where they talk about computer boys, not computer girls, in the video game computer world, or some shit like that. It was a funny little musical montage. And then they go back into the cave, and they have to go through all the obstacles they did in the video game before, but now they're actually there. And the first obstacle is the lava pit, and it's significantly larger in person than it was on the game's screen. And both Finn and Jake try going across a couple times, but they lose multiple lives. And Jake explains, like, hey man, if we die in the game, we die in real life. And I looked away from my computer screen for a second and cringed. And then I looked back, and basically what ended up happening is Jake just stretched Finn over the pit, which I don't know why they didn't do that in the first place. And they continue on from there. And when they continue on from there, they're immediately faced by the first boss, the giant-ass bee. And normally they can beat the boss really easily in the video game, but it's significantly harder in the in-person version of the game. So they decide to just run away, and then they run into the other couple enemies, and they run away from them, and then they meet up with Sleepy Sam. And the first thing that happens is Jake gets eaten by Sleepy Sam, and I don't know if he dies completely or what. I'm trying to remember, but I think basically they realize that if they want to beat Sleepy Sam, they're going to have to use the bomb. But they don't have any way to get the bomb because they don't have a controller to use the bomb. So instead they run away, and they both run out of the cave, and all of the monsters make it out of the cave, and they get to the sun, which they're supposed to guard the sun. That's the whole point of the game. And they lose the game, but not before Jake stretches up to the HUD, which apparently is still there even though they're inside the game. And Jake grabs the bomb sprite off the HUD, which causes the game to glitch and basically fall apart, and it zaps them out of BMO back into the real world, quote unquote, aka the land of Ooh. And along with that, it blasts a hole into the side of BMO, and all of the monsters from the game escape into the land of Ooh's reality. And when the enemies from the video game escape into the real world, they blast through the side of the treehouse and out into the field in front of the treehouse. And BMO wakes up, and he's in a lot of pain because he's been blown up basically off the side. And they have to run out and try and stop these enemies. And when they go out to try and stop the enemies immediately capture them. And they reveal that they don't have any intention of hurting them because the game's over and they won and they don't really care anymore. They just intend on hurting BMO for trapping them inside that game for eternity. And so they go back into the treehouse and they find BMO and they start hurting BMO. And the only way that they can send the enemies back into the game is if BMO presses his button again, but all the monsters like hold him back and stop him from pressing his button, basically. So what ends up happening is Finn has to do a special move from the game, but in real life, in order to send the monsters back to the game, and that works, and the day is saved. And BMO scolds Finn and Jake for not following his rules and wishes and still trying to go inside of the video game, even though he warned them that it was dangerous. And that's the end of the episode. So realistically, guys, other than the interesting art style and stuff in this game, or in this episode, caused by the video game, this one was fairly, normal as far as filler episodes go. Yes, it was. No, I did not spot the snail, and no, there was no fart jokes. And I think the coolest part of this episode was when they entered the video game world and the art style of the show changed. It was weird seeing like a complete art style shift that kind of stayed true for more than just a couple seconds for a gag. And that was, interesting to see. I hope they go with that more. I know that there's a Minecraft special that actually was recorded and aired either after the show wrapped or very close to the episode, or very close to the show wrapping, maybe in between later seasons or something. And that whole episode's in like a Minecraft art style. And I remember seeing commercials for it back in the day, and this kind of reminded me of that, the way that this art style is sort of laid out for the video game world. But yeah, that was that. There was a title card gag, and the way it was is instead of the title card saying something different than Adventure Time, it said Adventure Time. But basically, I think they were in the video game, and Jake's like, "Oh, Finn, you know what time it is? Adventure Time." And then it cuts to the title screen. And then when they cut back, Finn's just getting the absolute shit kicked out of him by a video game character. And it was really funny because they went into it all confident, saying like, "Oh yeah, we'll beat this video game, no problem, with our real life bodies in the game." And then they just get this shit kicked out of them and have immediate karma. And it was kind of hilarious. But other than that, I already talked about the different art style, and I already talked about how this is a BMO-centric episode, one of the first ones that we're going to have in the show's run. But realistically, that's about it for this one. Overall, kind of, a good filler episode with an interesting little bit of mix-up as far as the art style goes and the characters go. And I really enjoyed it. I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Season 2, Episode 17, Death in Bloom, is another filler episode, and it's another one where Princess Bubblegum kind of makes Finn and Jake her bitches. And what I mean by that is whenever Finn and Jake start out in the episode hanging out with Princess Bubblegum, it's usually because she's going to ask them to do something for her, and it kind of seems to me like Princess Bubblegum sort of treats Finn and Jake more like servants than friends half the time. And that was just something that I wanted to note at this point in the episode. It was just kind of like, I don't know. Every single time there's an episode with Princess Bubblegum in the beginning, it's always her going off somewhere, and instead of having her actual servants take care of things for her, she makes her friends Finn and Jake take care of things for her, and it just kind of rubs me the wrong way, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but this episode is called Death in Bloom, and basically it's about Princess Bubblegum going off to another kind of like science convention or some shit, and she leaves Finn and Jake in charge of taking care of her princess plant. And as soon as she leaves, the boys start taking care of it, and they feed it pizza and snacks, and they play with it, and they do all sorts of fun stuff with it, stuff that you're not really supposed to do with the plant. They basically treat it like a dog or a kid that they're watching for Princess Bubblegum, and the plant, unsurprisingly, ends up dying. And what happens is they decide in that moment where the plant dies that they need to go to the underworld and retrieve the plant's soul from Death himself. And they don't really explain how they're planning on doing this, but in that exact moment, Peppermint Butler comes out into the room where they're watching the plant, and he says, "Oh, you guys need to get to the underworld, huh? I can get you to the land of the undead. And all I'll need is a little favor down the line, but we'll talk about that later." And basically, Finn and Jake excitedly agree, and Peppermint Butler explains that in order to get to the land of the dead, they need to look at the corner of a room and cross their eyes and say some words, and a portal will open in the corner of a room. And they do it, and they head down, and as they're getting into the portal to go to the land of the undead, Peppermint Butler says, "Oh, and by the way, say hello to my friend Death for me. Tell him Peppermint Butler says hi. And also, don't drink the water." And they close the portal right as he says, "Don't drink the water." And so they arrive in the land of the undead, and the gate to get in is being blocked by this undead bird guy. And it's like a giant-ass bird. And basically, he's checking to make sure that the people who are going into the land of the undead are actually dead. And so he's asking people like, "Oh, how'd you die? Cause of death?" You know, that kind of thing. And like, so a skeleton walks up and he's like, "Cause of death?" And he's like, "Oh, I was shot in the head with an arrow," and it's a skeleton with an arrow in his head. And he's like, "Okay, you can go on in." And Finn and Jake get there and he's like, "Cause of death?" And they're like, "We died of being awesome." And he's like, "Go ahead and step out of line for me." And then they just walk in the gate and he's like, "Hey, I said you can't go in there. Stop. And he doesn't actually physically try and stop them. They just don't listen to him and just go in, and he kind of lets them go in, but he tells them to stop, which was undoubtedly one of the funniest bits from this episode, not gonna lie. But once they get in, basically a group of undead realize that they're actually living and they have flesh, and naturally the undead want to eat their flesh. So they start being chased around by these skelly boys, and they hide for a moment and kind of regroup and collect their thoughts. And Finn's like, "God, it's going to take us forever to get to Death with all these undead chasing us. Good thing Princess Bubblegum isn't returning until tomorrow." And Jake's like, "No, Finn, she's not returning tomorrow. She's returning on the morrow. The morrow is the name of her bird." Because at the beginning of the episode, when she left for her science convention, she said she'd return on the morrow, and she flew off on a giant hawk. And her hawk is apparently called the morrow. So she meant she was going to return later that same day on her bird. And so once he explains this to Finn starts freaking out, and they start to really like put a pep in their step and try and get there as fast as possible. And then they run into a river, and immediately Jake jumps in because he's very, very thirsty and drinks the water from the river, which it turns out the river is the river of forgetfulness or something like that, and it makes Jake forget everything about himself and forget who he is. Jake straight up thinks he's being kidnapped, but Finn manages to still drag him along and bring him through to the last little bit to get to Death's castle at the end of the underworld. And when they arrive, Death himself is just kind of hanging out there, and he's sort of tending to this really cool Zen garden that he has. And honestly, it was really, really cool to see, and I like the aesthetic of Death having a Zen garden. It was just a neat sort of idea for the premise of this episode. And when they arrive, he's literally just gardening, and I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." And basically, when they get there, he's like, "What the hell are you doing here, living ones? Get the fuck out of the underworld. What the hell?" And they basically ask for the princess plant's soul back, and also for Jake's memory to be restored. And Death explains, like, "Hey, if you want those things from me, you're gonna have to beat me in a musical battle, because that's the only way that we do battle here in the land of the underworld." And so Finn and Jake have a little, Jake's not into it because Jake doesn't know who he is and he doesn't know why he's here. and he doesn't know why he should have to listen to anyone, including Finn. So Finn and Death himself have a musical battle, and Death plays some heavy metal music on a drum kit and sings a bunch of like metal music and like does growling and all that stuff, and Finn shakes some sleigh bells because he's not the musically talented one. Jake's the musically talented one, but Jake's out for the count. So basically, after their music battle is over, Death asks Jake who he thought was better, and Jake says, oh, the skeleton guy by a long shot, because he doesn't know he's supposed to be, rooting for Finn. And so Finn loses the music battle, and right as they think everything's lost and Death's about to kill Finn, Finn says, oh, by the way, I'm supposed to tell you on my honor that your friend Peppermint Butler says hi. And he's like, oh, you guys are friends with Peppermint Butler? Well, shit, that's what you should have said a long time ago. And he lets them out, and he restores Jake's memory, and he gives them the soul back for the princess plant, and he sends them on their way, and all is well. And basically, once they get back to the overworld, the princess plant is fully healed, and everybody's, good to go, and Princess Bubblegum returns, and her plant's alive and healthy, and she's happy. And then Peppermint Butler's like, hey, how about that favor, Finn and Jake? I want your flesh. I want to eat your flesh. And then they're like, what? And then the episode ends. And that's sort of the general idea of this one. Again, another filler episode. Of course, I did not spot the snail. Spoiler alert, I don't think I spotted the snail in any of these ones. I was having a hard time for some reason in this block, and especially in the video game episode, because of most of the episode being like a video game art style, I really didn't even know if there was any snail to be found, but I did not spot it in any of these ones. And then for fart jokes, there was a part where they were in the underworld, and Finn's like, all right, we gotta sneak past these skeletons. You've got to be really, really quiet. And then Jake farts, and it like echoes throughout the entirety of the underworld and alerts the skeletons to their location. Classic fart joke. And then cool moments. The episode's title card had Finn and Jake as skeletons with heavy metal music playing, which is pretty cool. And the fact that Finn literally had a metal rock battle with the devil himself was like something straight out of Tenacious D's The Pick of Destiny. It was pretty awesome. I talked about the undead bird guard telling them not to enter, and they still entered anyway, and he didn't stop them, which was kind of funny. And some of the weird stuff includes Peppermint Butler knowing how to get to the land of the dead and wanting to eat their flesh, presumably implying that he himself is also dead. And he's like an undead living amongst the Candy Kingdom folks. And when Jake got his memory back, the way he got it back was Death gave him a kiss, and he's like, oh, what the hell, why are you kissing me? And Death's like, kiss of death, baby, you got your memory back. And it was really, really weird and like out of left field. I don't know. But honestly, that's really about it for this one. The underworld itself had some really, really cool art style stuff going on, and I was personally a big fan of it. So far, we're 2 for 2 on cool art episodes in this one, and I'm really, really digging it. So hopefully they keep it up going forward in this block of episodes. But there we have it, folks. Season 2, Episode 18 of Adventure Time, Susan Strong introduces us to the idea that Finn might possibly be the only human left in existence. And the way we're introduced to this is, of course, by Princess Bubblegum making Finn and Jake be her bitches once again. The episode opens up with them in a field, and Princess Bubblegum has a whole bunch of stumps that she wants removed from this field for some reason. And of course, instead of tasking some of her royal servants to do it, she tasks none other than Finn and Jake. And while she's kind of setting them up to do their little bitch work, she accidentally brings up the fact that Finn is the only human that she's ever met, and possibly is the only human in existence. And Finn gets really existential about it, because basically she's reminiscing about her family, and she asks Finn about her, or about his family, or about any other humans that he knows. And he basically says, like, I try not to think about it, because when I do, I get, like, really existential. And so he starts to think about it, and literally he looks at the camera for a second, and he's like, whoa, and his eyes grow all big, and he starts to think about it, and you can tell he's, like, depressed. And literally Princess Bubblegum brings up this whole human absence thing multiple times in a row, and Finn just kind of stands there for a moment and is like, yeah, I'm the only human, fuck. And he really, like, starts to get down in the dumps about it. And she eventually leaves to go do whatever fucking bullshit she has to do, just like every other episode where she makes Finn and Jake her bitches. And Finn and Jake start de-stumping this little field, when all of a sudden they stumble upon I don't know what you'd call it, a hatch, I guess. There's a random, like, metal hatch in the middle of this field, and they open it up, and when they head down the hatch, they find themselves in this really impressive looking underground abandoned city. And honestly, this was another really, really good art direction moment for this block of episodes. It was such a cool scene to look at, and I paused and I had to, like, fawn over all the different little pieces of junk and, like, destroyed cars and shit in the background. It was so cool. There was, like, old sofas, refrigerators, and it was all just chilling out underground, and kind of, it was beautiful. I don't know, it was a really, really cool scene. And I think in a way it kind of implies that maybe Ooo as a land, like the land of Ooo, is possibly on top of what used to be the real Earth that we live in. And I don't know if this is like a popular fan theory or anything, and I don't know if this is going to be addressed later on in the show, but basically we've seen now an underwater flooded abandoned city with tanks and everything, and now we've also seen an underground abandoned city with, like, destroyed cars and all that. And it really makes you think that, like, this land has some deep lore and deep history, and there's a reason everything is the way it is now, and we just don't know about it, and we just get little glimpses into it occasionally. And I like that about this show a lot. It really plays into this idea that there's a bigger thing going on, even though these earlier seasons really don't have a lot in terms of lore. But I like that it's still there, and I like that it's still implied. But either way, Finn and Jake go down this hatch, and they find themselves in this underground abandoned city, and then all of a sudden they stumble upon what appears to be humans. And basically, these humans all are wearing, like, animal hoods, similar to the one that Finn wears all the time. And even on some of them, you can see, like, long blonde hair growing out. So it seems like Finn has found other humans for the first time in the show's run, and it's actually really, really exciting for him. And he gets really hyped because he doesn't feel alone anymore, and he decides that he needs to take the initiative to bring these humans to the surface and help them discover what the world has to offer. So he talks to the first human that he approaches, and it's a giant behemoth woman named Susan, and they take to calling her Susan Strong. And basically, she can barely speak English. It's kind of just like broken cavemen talk, basically. And Finn tells her that he's going to take her to the surface, and they ride Jake back up to the surface. And he introduces her to the world. And basically, there's like a short couple scenes where she, like, touches grass for the first time and freaks out, just like everybody who plays League of Legends. And then she also gets to sit around a campfire with Finn and Jake, and they play a little bit of music for her. And it's really, really funny too, because this episode directly contradicts the previous one, because Finn flawlessly plays a guitar, like an acoustic guitar, and sings to her about how great the Earth is and how happy he is that there's another human on the planet Earth, or whatever they call the planet that Ooo is on, I guess I should say. And he plays the acoustic guitar and sings at the same time perfectly, despite the fact in the previous episode he played the cowbells or the jingle bells or whatever, because he said he had no musical talent. And also, he didn't have his auto-tune singing voice. I totally forgot that that was a thing, but I remember them briefly giving us some sort of lore about this at some point, so I don't know what's up with the auto-tune music voice, but we'll have to see about that. But either way, and then they roast the marshmallows, and there's a funny scene where Jake toasts his marshmallows to a perfect golden brown, and he's like, perfection. And he takes a bite, and he's like, perfect. And he's like, how's yours, Finn? And Finn's are all burnt to shit, like they're charred black. And Finn's like, perfect. And he takes a bite. Yeah, it's so funny to me because literally that's how I like my toasted marshmallows, because when I was a kid, I used to try to toast them to like a golden brown color like my freaking mother would when we go camping and stuff, and I could never get it just right. So I would just give up and I would just burn them so I could have the gooey marshmallow. And it was funny because you could tell that was kind of the same situation that Finn probably got himself into, so I related to it. And of course, they gave Susan Strong a couple marshmallows, and she really, really liked them. And she grabbed the bag out of Finn's hand and started like ravenously tearing it apart and eating all the marshmallows. And our heroes are like, Susan really likes candy, huh? And so they decide naturally to take Susan to the place where everything's candy, the Candy Kingdom. And of course, this is obviously a mistake. As soon as she arrives, she tries to eat Peppermint Butler. And basically, Finn explains that you can't eat the ones that talk because they have feelings and aspirations. And he cuts out a piece of the sidewalk brittle for her to eat instead. And then she tells Finn and Jake that she's going to go back to the hatch and get the rest of her friends. And they're going to come back and eat the Candy Kingdom. And that's the way she says it. That's why I said it like that. And he's like, no, you can't eat the Candy Kingdom. There's people that live here. And she's like, oh, no, I know not to eat that one guy, but I'll eat the other guys in the entire kingdom too. And then she runs off, and Finn realizes that he's made a horrible, horrible mistake. And they begin to fortify the Candy Kingdom and make preparations to defend against the human invaders that are going to try and eat the entire kingdom. And so basically they go talk to Princess Bubblegum, and she's like, fuck, well, get the army ready. And they all like line up at the gate, and all the citizens are told to go to the castle and like lock themselves in basically. But there's a really funny scene where these marshmallow guys are like, the marshmallow kids never run from a scrap. And then they literally like run out towards the humans, which of course Susan Strong loves marshmallows. And the leader of the marshmallow kids is like, come on, everybody, today we become man-mellows, or something like that. It was really funny. And Finn's plan was to basically have all of the people in the Candy Kingdom dress up as spooky monsters and then make them cast shadows onto a sheet. So Jake starts a fire, and the fire catches the marshmallow kids on fire, and then they all burn and become all toasty. And when they go and like run out and attack, they're all gooey and shit and covered in fire. And the humans like have smoke all over them from these marshmallow kids. Well, then what happens is they actually take off their hoods, and it turns out underneath their animal hoods, they're not human whatsoever. They're actually more fish-like, and they have gills. And so what Finn discovers is all along he thought that these were humans, but in reality they were just basically fish people. And so they eventually are so smoked out that they can't breathe anymore, and they run back to their little hovel underground in the hatch. And Susan Strong is the last one to turn around and leave, and she hasn't taken off her hood yet. And Finn says, hey, Susan, are you one of them, or are you a real human? And she just looks at him and then turns around and runs away without taking her hood off. So we're left with a cliffhanger on whether or not Susan Strong is or is not another human. And I'm pretty sure it gets answered eventually in a continuation to this, but it is not answered in this episode. But that does mean that we can count this as not a filler episode, which was really, really exciting to see. It's been a long time since we've had not a filler episode. So I did mark this one as an actual lore episode, even though it was very, very minor, because I'm pretty sure Susan Strong comes back around at some point, if I recall correctly. No, I did not spot the snail, and no, there were no fart jokes too, in case you were wondering. And I already talked about the really cool abandoned city. There was a funny title card gag. You guys know how I feel about the title card gags. And basically, they say that they need to introduce Susan to the real world incrementally because she's so, like, not used to it. And then it says, on the title screen card, incremental time instead of adventure time. And I laugh at all these. I don't know. I think they're really, really funny. And I feel like I'm the only one, but yeah, I don't know. There was a reoccurring side character from a previous episode. The dancing bug that was shaking it with Jake during the partying episode. He came back, and I was really hoping there was going to be another, insane dance scene, but Finn and Jake just kind of do a regular ass dance with the bug, and it was just kind of fine, you know? I don't know. And then the other thing I want to discuss for a moment is we possibly have a new ship between Finn and Susan Strong, because Finn was singing very directly to Susan during that one scene, and you can tell that when she left, there was like a little bit of something more than just a longing to have another human there. It kind of felt like that he was kind of in love with Susan Strong. So if she does come back, I'll be interested to see if they continue that sort of relationship plot thread that they kind of sowed throughout this episode. I don't know. Maybe it's not supposed to be implied, but it kind of seemed like it was to me. So that's all I got to say about that one, folks. And now, folks, for one of the most infamous episodes from the early seasons of Adventure Time, at least amongst me and my friends, Season 2, Episode 19, Mystery Train. When I talked to some of my friends about doing this series, they actually immediately brought up that when I was watching the first couple seasons, I needed to look out for this episode, and I myself also remembered it. Basically, this episode of Adventure Time is a murder mystery train episode, which is badass, of course, because everybody knows murder mystery trains are the coolest, like, plot point in any sort of fictional setting. If you've never seen Murder on the Orient Express, both the old one and the new one, I wasn't too hot on it, and I thought that some of it was really, really cliche. But overall, I'd say it was a really, really watchable and enjoyable film. So you should definitely check it out. And I think it's getting a sequel at some point. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But murder mysteries on trains. And I think of like the Paper Mario level too, where it's like a murder mystery on a train. Oh, I fucking love them. Really, really good shit. And I was excited to rewatch this episode because I remember it very vividly from back in the day when I used to watch this show. But basically, it's Finn's birthday, and he's canonically turning 13. And for his birthday, Jake takes him to this train, and he thinks that the train's a surprise, but Jake explains, no, the train isn't a surprise. The train is going to take them to the surprise. So they load up onto the train, and while Jake's off buying tickets, Finn meets the conductor of the train. And the conductor is really, really fucking creepy. Like, super fucking creepy. And what does he say? Fuck, I gotta look it up in my notes now. The train conductor is seriously the creepiest bastard on this entire show thus far. It's really like, it's like, what the fuck, you know? It's like, how did they come up with this guy? The train conductor in his deep-ass voice says, "Climb aboard my train, little boy. You're my new friend." And I was like, what the fuck? What is this? This is a red flag if I've ever seen a red flag. But either way, they get on the train and we're introduced to the cast of characters. It's a bunch of different, like, candy people from the Candy Kingdom. There's, like, Colonel Candy Corn, and there's a Candy Cane Man, and that Lollipop Lady and the Ice Cream Man are there. And there's, like, Dr. Donut and all this shit. And basically, one by one, these people start to disappear and be killed on the train. And what happens is the train will go through a tunnel and everything will go black for a little bit. And when the light returns, there will be a skeleton in place of where the person once was because they were killed by a serial killer on the train. And it's really, really cool how they do this, actually, because basically after the first murder, Finn immediately takes up the role of the like detective guy and starts interrogating people. And with each kill, he becomes more and more anxious to try and solve the murder. And he keeps going through the classic trope like, oh, it must be this person because this person was mad at the candy cane man. And it's like, oh no, it must be this person because this person was trying to push the blame on this person. And he goes through the entire list and basically goes through all the different suspects. And what ends up happening is every single time he accuses someone of being the murderer, that like tunnel gets passed through, and then another person dies. And it's the person that he accuses of being the murderer, which makes Finn out to be the worst detective of all time, and it makes it really funny for the episode. And they go through people's belongings, and Finn tries to pull like evidence out of nowhere, and eventually the train conductor comes back, and he's riding a skateboard this time for some reason, which was kind of funny. And it's basically a means to set him up as like a really cool and nice guy. And Jake even says like, oh no, he's not creepy and weird, he's cool and nice. And it's so funny because there's a moment where basically he rides his skateboard out into like the area where everybody's at, like the train car that everybody's in, and it in the subtitles it said he said gnarly, but I'm pretty sure he said nollie because the trick he does, I am about 80% certain is a nollie. And I just wanted to bring that up because I'm a bit of a Tony Hawk buff, and I've played all the Tony Hawk games, so I like to think that I know some skateboarding tricks pretty well. And I'm pretty sure, despite the subtitles saying that he said gnarly, he actually said nollie because that's the name of the trick that he did. Because he literally went like, nollie. But the subtitles said gnarly. So I don't know. That might have been a subtitling mistake, or I might be mistaken myself, but I just wanted to bring that up. And basically, eventually, everything kind of comes to a standstill in the caboose of the train because Finn invites everyone there and he says he's going to reveal the true murderer. Only then for everybody in the caboose to die, including Jake, except for him and the conductor. And as soon as Jake dies in this episode, that's like immediate red flag, like, okay, this isn't real. But basically Finn's like, oh, you killed my best friend on my own birthday, and so he chases the conductor through the train and like on top of the train, and the conductor like skateboards around, and they have a really awesome sword fight in like the engine of the train, and Finn smashes the controls, which makes it so the train can't stop, and he's like, well, either both of us are gonna die or none of us are gonna die. And it was kind of badass. And then basically what ends up happening is the train conductor reveals that he's actually Jake, and the whole thing was a setup because of Finn's birthday. Everybody was actually not dead, and the way they set it all up is everybody had skeletal versions of themselves hidden away, and when they were supposed to die, they would hide and they would replace themselves with a skeletal version of themselves to keep the ruse going and provide Finn with the train mystery. Which is funny because immediately Finn said it couldn't be the conductor because he's too creepy and it's too obvious, but then it turned out to be the conductor anyway. But overall, stylistically, this episode was really, really cool. When they were just chilling out on the train, there was like some really, really cool, like almost elevator music style music, and it was really, really good, and I was jamming to it. And overall, the whole plot of this episode and the idea behind this episode was really, really cool. And I didn't even mention the fact that the train literally drives off the edge of these train tracks and crashes into some giant jello at Finn's birthday party. And Finn's like, oh, wow, that must have taken forever to set up. And then Jake's like, yeah, we didn't set that up. We totally could have died. It's lucky that this jello is here. And that was kind of funny as well. But overall, very, very, very good episode. And honestly, I think there's a reason why this one is so fondly looked upon by my friends and by me and by people who have watched Adventure Time in the past. And it's been a while, because this episode is just such like a good idea for a plot, and it stands out so well as like a little bit more high effort than some of the other plots in the show. And I think that's what really makes it stand the test of time and really made it enjoyable, especially for a rewatch where I could kind of hyper analyze things a little bit more. But other things I wanted to mention about this episode really quickly. I did not spot the snail, of course. There were no fart jokes. There was a really cute moment at the beginning of the episode where Jake wakes up Finn on his birthday, and Jake's floating around on a balloon, and it was really, really cute. Also, the fact that Jake managed to pull all this off was really, really impressive and cool. And he hadn't been able to pull off anything this impressive up until this point in the show, so I thought it was really, really funny. It was literally as impressively set up as the whole thing where he recreated the entire bedroom floating on the ocean to make Finn get over his fear of the ocean. Like, Jake really has some insane props to be able to just do, like, all this crazy planning and executing. Like, he seriously got some talent. That's all I'm trying to say. There was a funny moment when the bumpy track made the Candy Cane Man smack into Colonel Candy Corn multiple times, and it was really funny. And Colonel Candy Corn literally goes, stop smacking into me, I'm gonna kill you. And then the freaking tunnel goes, and everything goes dark, and when it becomes light again, Candy Cane Man is dead, and so everybody thinks it was Colonel Candy Corn. And there was another funny gag too, where Finn starts to ask Colonel Candy Corn if he has any enemies on the train who might frame him for the murder of the Candy Cane Man, and he says, just one, and his or her name is, and then the tunnel thing happens again and it goes dark, and when it becomes light again, he's dead. And they kept doing shit like that throughout the episode. It was so funny. And Finn gets so mad, he almost says son of a bitch, but the train whistle blows and censors him, so you can't hear him say bitch. I talked about the skateboarding thing. Oh, at 5 minutes and 39 seconds into the episode, if you're watching on HBO Max, very sus. And yeah, so that's about all I have to say about that one. I actually gave that one an 8.0 out of 10. Very, very interesting episode. Great idea for a plot. Really, really cool to see the whole crew pull it off. And I love seeing Jake just go absolutely fucking nuts for his friend. It shows how much he cares about his buddy. And he really did a good job of just doing like this execution on this birthday plan. It was really, really cool. I don't know. It was a really good idea for a plot, and I applaud the Adventure Time writers for coming up with this, especially this early on in the show when they hadn't been really writing that many episodes yet. But yeah, there you have it, folks. Mystery Train. Season 2, Episode 20, Go With Me, is another pseudo-shipping episode between Finn and Marceline, and possibly Finn and Princess Bubblegum, depending on how you want to look at it. And basically, the idea of this episode is there's a drive-in movie theater in the land of Ooh, and they're having a couples movie night. And Jake asks Finn if he's going to go, and Finn says he would, but he doesn't have a date, and he asks Jake who he's going to take, and he's like, bro, I'm going to take my girlfriend, obviously. And Finn's like, well, I'll just take this blanket. And Jake's like, you can't take a blanket, man. You gotta take somebody you can smooch. And so Finn tries to like kiss the blanket, and it's really, really weird. So naturally, Finn calls up the only gal he can think of that he possibly want to smooch, Princess Bubblegum. And he does it with this phone. And it's so funny and interesting to me that every single time they have a phone in the show, it's like a completely different device. And in this particular instance, it's literally like a walkie-talkie with a pair of headphones and a dial. And when you turn the dial on the screen, it shows contacts, but it only shows the contacts as photos of the person, which was really, really interesting. And he calls up Princess Bubblegum and is like, "Hey, Princess, you want to go to the couple's movie night with me?" And she's like, "Oh, sorry, Finn, I can't go to the movies tonight. I gotta practice for my whistling choir death match," which apparently is a thing. And so Finn's left all bummed out, and Jake says that they just need to go and try and swoon her over and convince her to go with him. So they head over to the Candy Kingdom, and basically Jake gives him a couple different pointers and a couple different ideas on how he can swoon over Princess Bubblegum. And the main one that they do is Finn wears a loot suit and plays the lute and tries to, swoon over Princess Bubblegum that way, and it fails miserably. And it just so happens that Marceline happens to be wandering by. And so Marceline enters into the fray and also tries to help Finn swoon over Princess Bubblegum. And Marceline's suggestions are based in the fact that she's a girl, so obviously she would know what a girl would want more than Jake. And she starts to give Finn her advice on how to win Princess Bubblegum over. And that includes things like trying to wrestle her and trying to make her feel excited and realize how exciting and fun you are, and all these different crazy things that obviously are just things that Marceline would be swooned over by. And the fact that her and Finn do them together before Finn tries to do them with Princess Bubblegum and they fail miserably kind of goes to show that Marceline's trying to get Finn to flirt with her, possibly, depending on how you want to look at it. But they literally go and tame wolves, and they ride these wolves back to the Candy Kingdom, and they let them into Princess Bubblegum's room. And Princess Bubblegum's like sleeping, and she literally screams and comes running out of her room, and she's like, "Finn, thank goodness you're here. There's some wolves in my room." And he's like, "I know, I let them in. Isn't it exciting? Aren't I a fun and exciting guy that you want to go to the movies with?" And she kicks him out of the Candy Kingdom multiple times throughout the episode, and eventually she just has to outright ban him from entering until he stops acting like such a psycho. And obviously what ends up happening before too long is, after all these failed attempts start to pile up, Marceline says, like, "Hey, I'm sorry things aren't working out with Princess Bubblegum. She just doesn't know how awesome you are." And he's like, "Yeah, I just really want to go to the movies." And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, I want to go to the movies, but Jake explained it's couples night and there's like weird kissing rituals and stuff." She's like, "What the hell, Finn? You don't want a girlfriend? You just want a person to go to the movies with you?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Well, I'll go to the movies with you." And he's like, "Oh, really?" And then she's like, "Yeah, as friends." And he's like, "Oh, awesome." And he gets all excited and he's like, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to go to the movies." And she's like, "But no tongue." And it was pretty funny. So then basically Marceline and Finn go to the movies as friends. And when they do, it's like a romance movie. And the characters in the film start kissing. And Finn literally fucking Ralphs, like full on vomits off the side of like the little seating area that they're in. And it's really, really gross and like out of left field. I don't know if we've had vomit yet in the show, but it was really, really disgusting. And he's like, "Marceline, would you do me the honor of getting the flip out of here?" And they decide that that's not for them. And they go off and they have some more fun and they tame some more wolves. And that's the end of the episode. And the reason I explained the plot of this one so quickly is, one, because it was a fairly straightforward plot, and two, because I wanted to go into a bit of a discussion without making this episode 100 hours long. Well, I mean, it's already going to be quite a few hours long, but that's not the point. About the whole idea that they're kind of doing this will they, won't they thing with Finn and Marceline in the show. And I even went as far as calling this episode in my notes an anti-ship episode. And what I mean by that is it almost seems like the writers of Adventure Time are kind of teasing the fact that Marceline likes Finn, but Finn is significantly not interested in getting into a relationship, especially with Marceline. And the only person he kind of flirts with the idea of being in a relationship with is Princess Bubblegum. And I feel like in this episode, they kind of tried to lead us down the path to consider them just friends and to kind of try and forget about the fact that they could be a relationship pairing. And I have a sinking suspicion / worry that going forward, we're not going to get a lot of shipping content in the show for Finn and Marceline. I feel like we're going into this sort of series of Princess Bubblegum shipped with Finn as an arc, and I know there's something coming up, but I'm not going to spoil it in case anybody's watching along with me with these reviews. But I feel like they're kind of trying to push us away from shipping Finn and Marceline while still kind of keeping it as a possibility in preparation for a bigger Princess Bubblegum Finn relationship arc. But I don't know, it seems kind of anti-fan servicey this episode, while also being somewhat fan servicey because of the fact that their chemistry in this episode is elevated, to say the least. And it kind of, I don't know, it kind of comes off as them saying like, hey, we recognize that you really want these two characters to get together, and we're not going to do it now, but hold out just in case. And I know at this point this show did not have the insane following and cult following that it does now, but it's just weird to see this sort of will they, won't they, we're not going to promote this ship, but we want you to know that your voice is heard and we get it kind of an episode. It was very, very unique and very, very different compared to what they've done in other shows. But either way, this was a very sort of all over the place episode. I almost said mixed bag, but that makes it sound like it was bad. It was a really solid filler episode. Normal relationship hijinks that we've come to see from the show, but the fact that they did this whole flip-flop back and forth thing on whether or not Marceline and Finn are going to get together made it feel really, really different and unique from other shipping episodes. And throughout the last chunk of 5 episodes, I've kind of further expressed my opinions on Princess Bubblegum as a character. She really not only seems oblivious to the fact that Finn's drop dead in love with her, she also takes advantage of Finn and Jake as her friends and makes them do a whole bunch of servant work. And I know that the show's heading in the direction where they're going to further push the Finn Princess Bubblegum arc as far as a relationship goes, but I really hope they think about turning that around and introducing some different love interests, or kind of giving Finn and Marceline a little more light. It's really strange to me that I know that the Finn Princess Bubblegum relationship arc is coming up with the huge thing that happens to her, but this episode kind of addressed the Finn and Marceline ships. And then the last episode with Susan Strong kind of introduced the possibility of another different love interest. And it was just very, very strange. And honestly, I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. It was just they can't seem to decide who they want Finn to end up with in the show. And it's kind of jarring as somebody who's trying to watch it and analyze it. But I've been kind of ranting about it for a little bit. Let's finish up our discussion about this episode. So obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. You could argue that there was some important shipping content in there. But for the sake of the fact that there wasn't as much direct shipping content, I'm going to keep it as a filler episode. I did not spot the snail, and I did not have any fart jokes in this episode. But let's see here. I talked about Finn's cool walkie-talkie phone. Oh, Jake, at a funny part in the episode, tells Finn that he has to explain some things to him about couples, which is pretty on the nose. And I thought it was kind of funny. And the other funny thing was literally, it was gross, but when Finn sees the movie couple, like in the film, kissing, he literally throws up, and it was just so out of left field, like, and gross. And I don't think they've done any vomit humor in this show yet, but it was really funny to kind of have them do that. And Finn's huge overreaction to a kissing scene in a film shows how his capability to love and be in love is still so underdeveloped, and it kind of plays into the whole thing where Marceline kind of clearly has a crush on him and he doesn't pick up on it. And I think it was a good way to kind of keep that theme going, since that was such a huge theme for this episode. Also, this is the first episode where Marceline and Princess Bubblegum directly interact, and Marceline calls Princess Bubblegum like Bonnabelle or something like that, which it kind of seems like they were on each other too, because Princess Bubblegum was like, "Hi, Marceline," and Marceline was like, "Hello, Bonnabelle," and it seems like there's some beef there or something. And I know eventually, if we stick with this series, we will get some sort of backstory on those two characters, whether it's later on in the show or in Distant Lands, but this does imply that there's some beef or some bad blood or some history there, and I hope that they kind of follow up on this before Distant Lands, and we can actually kind of have some more of that lore in the show, because it really seemed like there was more there than what was being let on. But either way, folks, that's really all I have to say about this episode. I kind of went into a little bit of a rant about my personal feelings on the ships in the show, so I hope I didn't lose you on that one. But either way, another interesting block of episodes down, so there we have it. Season 2, Episode 21, Belly of the Beast. So this episode opens up with Finn and Jake chilling out in the treehouse, and they've just woken up. They actually think that they're in a dream for a moment, because they both wake up and something feels kind of off, and they're like, what the hell? And they both think they're in a dream, and they look outside, and there's a giant monster running around and like smashing the ground and shit outside of their treehouse. And they go out there and they really, really recklessly fight the monster, because they think that they're not actually awake and they're perfectly safe. But then they realize that the monster's actually real and that they are fully awake. And Finn's like, oh, let's get real. And he pulls the sword out from his backpack and he starts to fight the monster. But then all of a sudden he hears a cry for help on the inside of the monster's stomach. And so he exclaims to Jake that the monster must have eaten some people and they need to get inside to save them. So they climb onto a tree that the monster's starting to eat, and they get swallowed whole by the monster. And when they end up in the stomach, there's a really, really cool like series of musical segments where they're transitioning, where they're like doing little bits of parkour around the monster's insides, trying to get down to the tummy, which was really, really awesome. And then they get down in there, and what they discover is there's actually a group of bears that are partying like crazy down there. Like, they have bars set up, and they've got all sorts of different crazy shit going on, and they're just having the time of their lives partying inside of this monster's stomach. So they try and tell the bears that they need to get out of the monster's stomach, otherwise they're going to turn into shit. But the bears are not having it because they're partying too hard, and there's some bear amongst them who's named like Cubby or something like that, and he's the only woke bear out of all of them. And basically he says they're not going to listen, I've been trying and all that, and you need to go talk to what's his name? Party Pat, who's the chief of their little group of bears, and basically he's the one who says if the party keeps going or not. And so they go up to Party Pat, and Party Pat's literally like laying on this heart-shaped bed. It literally is the monster's heart. He's laying on the monster's heart and using it as a bed. And they go up there and they're like, hey, are you Party Pat? And he turns on this giant-ass neon sign above him that says Party Pat. And he's like, no, I'm not Party Pat, I'm the chief. I'm just kidding, I'm Party Pat. And he's basically this prankster and this funny guy. and he demands that if Finn and Jake want to talk to him about anything, they have to party with him. So they go downstairs and they sing karaoke with him, which was really funny because there was like a song where the lyrics were literally just bear, 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 bear. And they drink energy drinks, quote unquote, but what it really is it's just straight up alcohol. And they basically get crazy with this Party Pat, and he eventually listens to them when they talk, and they explain like, hey, they're gonna get turned into poop, and he really does not care. He's like, well, they're partying, they're having fun, this is the funnest party we've ever been to, we're not leaving. So they're chilling out in the monster's mouth because that's where they decide to regroup, and they're trying to figure out what they're gonna do next. And that's when Finn's like, well, at least the monster isn't like drinking lava or anything that'll put them in even more trouble. And then of course the monster turns and looks and sees a volcano and goes to start drinking the lava out of it. So Finn and Jake run back down, and there's another little musical parkour section, which was pretty fun. When they get down there, they basically go up on stage and start singing karaoke again. But this time they decide to make everybody depressed, so they stop partying. And the way they do that is they sing like a blues song about like all of the food that they like being dead or something like that. They're like, my donut is dead, my pizza is dead. And basically it ends up bumming everybody out, and they stop partying, and they explain that the lava's coming. And as soon as they start talking about that and the people are like starting to listen to them, the lava starts coming in the monster's mouth, and they need to figure out how to escape. And of course the only way they're going to escape at this point, because the lava's pouring in, is through the monster's asshole. So yes, Finn and Jake and all of the bears escape through the monster's asshole, and they basically just do a cut to black when they start to run out of the room that's his main stomach area. And then when they cut back in, the bears and Finn and Jake are all like outside of the monster, and even the monster himself is getting all like bandaged over his ass, and like all of the bears are getting bandaged from their injuries and all that. And Party Pat's like, wow, that was crazy, thank you for saving us, guys. Now we have nowhere cool to party though, that was the coolest place ever. And Finn basically says like, yeah, it's definitely not a good idea to go back to partying in that monster. He's definitely not going to let you back in because you were launching off fireworks in his stomach. And so Party Pat basically goes and reasons with the monster and says, hey man, we'll use these cool lasers instead if you let us continue partying inside of you. And so the monster scoops back up all the bears and Party Pat and swallows them again, and they continue partying inside of him. And now whenever he opens his mouth, instead of fireworks shooting out, it's lasers from laser pointers that they're using to have a rave in there. And that's really the end of the episode, you know? It was a pretty bog standard filler episode affair, and I did not spot the snail, and also there were no fart jokes, surprisingly. But I do have to say, it was pretty cool when the monster breathed the fireworks at the beginning of the episode, even without the context of knowing that they were coming from the bears on the inside. And those musical transition moments where they were like going from area to area was actually really, really cool. And the music was really awesome, and like you got to see the background, and they were like just jumping around and doing little like parkour and stuff. Honestly, the animation quality for this block of episodes was really, really solid, and I liked it a lot. This was a really good episode for animation and art. And that'll continue to be a theme in this block of reviews. They honestly really kicked up the quality of the animation and the art near the end of this season. It almost made me wonder if, like, since the same thing kind of happened in season 1, if maybe they have some sort of budgeting problem in these seasons where they like spend less on their animation budget than they need to until the very end of the season, and then that's when they blow it all on these really, really impressive shots and scenes. I don't know if that's the case or not, but that just kind of seems how it goes, interestingly enough. The funny moments, I talked about the karaoke, I talked about Party Pat's massive neon sign that was there to point out who he was. Also, another thing was the fact that they had to escape through the monster's butthole. Like, what the fuck was that? It was pretty funny as an idea for the show, but it was very weird, and, like, it just seemed kind of unhinged, even for this show. The title card for this episode as well, since this one was about partying, actually used a song from the other episode we had where Jake was doing all that partying, Season 2, Episode 7, where basically the part where Jake was dancing with the dancing bug, and it was like, and I laughed really, really hard at it. They reused that song for the title card of this episode, which I thought was pretty funny, and honestly, I like the little callback there. And also, I should mention, too, around the end of the episode, I was thinking, who the fuck is voicing Party Pat? I recognized the voice. Is it one of the guys from Rick and Morty? Like, what's going on? So I Googled who voiced Party Pat in the episode, and it was none other than Andy Samberg. So I thought that was a little fun piece of trivia to include in here as well. Overall, very, very fun filler episode. I gave this one a 7 out of 10. I like the idea a lot more than a lot of the filler episodes in this show, and, you know, it was just really, really fun and solid, so what's not to like? And now for Season 2, Episode 22, The Limit. This episode starts out with Finn and Jake hanging out with Hot Dog Princess and some of her hot dog knights. And basically, they're just kind of chilling out, and they see fireflies, and they see shooting stars, and then they see something that they thought was fireflies or shooting stars, but it actually turns out to be a distress signal being sent from her hot dog knights, and it says BUTT, which obviously stands for butt normally, but in this case, it actually stands for, let's see, I wrote it down because I wanted to mark it down. Be Us Trouble Time, which is basically a signal from Hot Dog Princess that her hot dog knights, or a signal to Hot Dog Princess from her hot dog knights because they're in trouble, because basically they've gotten lost in this giant-ass maze. And so naturally Finn and Jake offer to go and help, and when they arrive, Finn and Jake head on in, not before Jake ties himself to a rock and basically start stretching to be like a line to lead them back to the entrance. And as soon as they walk into the front door of the maze, the hot dog knights are right there. It turns out that they literally got lost like 2 steps inside of the actual maze, and so they immediately start to turn around and walk back out. But the hot dog knights explain that in the center of the maze is a thing that grants any wish that you could desire. And this is interesting to Finn and Jake because they have this dream of one day commanding a psychic tandem war elephant, which is basically a 2-headed elephant that has guns and like spikes and can fly with rocket boots and is psychic, and it's rideable by 2 people, hence the name tandem. And this is like a big dream they have, and they were mentioning it during the shooting star segment at the beginning of the episode. But they decide as a group to continue into the maze and try and finish the maze so they can wish for the tandem psychic war elephant. And so at this point, Jake and Finn head off again with the hot dog knights at their side, and Jake is stretching more and more and more as they go because he's basically supposed to be the safety line, so they can just follow him back out to get out of the maze without being lost in there forever. But he's starting to reach his limits at this point for how far he can stretch. And whenever a trap appears, like for example, one that is like a locked gate, Jake stretches through the locked gate and unlocks it from the other side, and then part of him is stuck in the gate, but he has to keep stretching to keep continuing through the maze. Or there's like a bunch of scorpions and he blocks the hole that they're coming out of by stretching up to it, but then he has to keep his body there and continue stretching from that point. And more or less what ends up happening is every single time Jake starts to feel any sort of ounce of desire to quit because he's physically in pain and he's reaching his physical limits for how far he can stretch, the hot dog knights basically peer pressure him into continuing. And this keeps going and going and going until he's very, very, very small. And he's basically the size of a string, still stretching forward. And they reach the final obstacle to get to the wishes. And it's basically it's like a door, and they have to solve a slider puzzle to get it open. And Jake stretches up and solves it for him. And then when he goes through the door with all the hot dog knights, one stayed on the outside and does this thing that triggers a trap that shuts the door on Jake and his paper thin, super stretched out organs, which is really, really bad, obviously, because now he's in even more pain than before. And he's literally like dying, basically. And there's another trap on the inside as well, where basically if they want to get across to where the wishes are, they have to go across this floor with like dart traps. And Jake's literally dead, and Finn's like, we gotta turn back. And the hot dog knights do their peer pressure thing again and make Jake stretch them over the pit to where the wishes are so they don't step on the dart traps. And when they reach to the other side, the hot dog knights are already cut in half as far as their numbers go, because various different hot dog knights have already died for different reasons or gotten trapped in different areas for different reasons. So the 2 hot dog knights are left, and they make their wishes. And the first one wishes for a box, and the second one wishes to explode. Those are their 2 wishes that they spend. And so now it's just Finn and basically dead Jake, and Jake is in no state to actually make a wish, really. But alas, basically Finn manages to convince him to go ahead and make a wish anyway, and he's starting to wish that he was like safe or whatever, but instead he accidentally says, man, I wish I wasn't so hungry, and a sub appears, which at this point he's the size of like a little worm, but he starts munching on it, and it's kind of funny. And so Finn's about to wish to save Jake when he realizes that he should wish for the psychic tandem war elephant instead, and he does. And for a second it seems like Finn's just deciding to basically not save his friend, but then the psychic tandem war elephant gets his own wish as well. And since Finn is in command of the psychic tandem war elephant, he tells him to wish to save Jake and all of the hot dog knights, and so he does, and then they all escape on the back of the elephant. And the episode's saved, or the episode's over, and the day is saved once again. And that's basically about it for this episode as well. It was overall a very basic filler episode. And I did not manage to spot the snail, and there was no fart jokes as far as I know. The maze, however, was a very beautiful artistic scene in the episode, and it was probably the highlight of this episode for me. It was so interesting pausing and looking at all the different background elements in this episode, and that was really cool. And the funniest moment in this episode by far was basically how there was a sign outside of the maze, and it said, "No cheating or you die," and Finn and Jake immediately proceed to cheat by making Jake stretch through the maze and have like a line back to the entrance. And one of the weirdest things in this episode was the fact that the like guy who was granting the wishes was like a giant lizard made out of mud, and he was like kind of overly sexualized. It was really, really weird. But something else I wanted to mention as well is the hot dog knight like yells out to Jake when he's about to give up, "You stretch good," and they use that line in a lot of the commercials back in the day. I remember it quite vividly. But overall, this was a pretty run-of-the-mill filler episode. I was feeling like a 6, maybe a 6.5 on this one. It was pretty basic, everything considered, but, you know, we had to have some filler episodes in this block in order to get us to the excellent lore episodes, which are going to be coming up soon. So we've got one more filler episode, and then we'll get into the big lore episodes for season 2. So I'm excited about that. And even though this was kind of a average to bad filler episode, you know, it was still fine. So there we have it, folks. Season 2, Episode 23, Video Makers, starts out at the treehouse once again. Finn, Jake, and a group of their friends are all gathered there, and they're about to watch a movie. Finn and Jake apparently have some sort of movie club, and for the last couple weeks or so, they've been showing these holographic films that they've been finding when delving into ruins and such, to their friends on a certain day of the week while they eat snacks and drink drinks and just in general have some fun. Honestly, it seemed like a really, really good time. Pretty awesome idea for like a thing to do with friends. I don't know. Pretty wholesome thing. And basically they get done passing out all the very specific drinks to all the side character friends that they have. And then they put on the film Heat Signature 3 on the holographic player, and once it starts up, it has that FBI warning where it says like do not redistribute, no unauthorized showings and stuff like that. And Finn and Jake start to get really psyched up because they're worried that they're doing an unauthorized showing at their movie club. Well, to be fair, they were really like blasé about it, to the point where they were just like, you know, it's just that shit that's at the beginning of all the movies, it's fine. And Princess Bubblegum was like, no, I don't know, Finn, that looks kind of important. And so they really start to read it, and then they start to get worried that they've been doing something bad. So they kick everybody out of the treehouse, and they explain that they need to find a movie without that warning because they don't want to get in trouble with the law for having an unauthorized showing of the film. And Jake even explains that this holographic film that they found in the ruins is from before the Great Mushroom War. So it's really, really old apparently, which is interesting because the Great Mushroom War is name dropped, which, you know, I don't know if that's the same war. I guess it's probably a different war than the Dogs versus Rainicorn War that we had mentioned in a previous episode, but it's interesting nonetheless to have these like actual historical events that happened in the world mentioned, just name dropped randomly. And it'll be interesting to see if they come back up at any point with any sort of context or importance to the plot. But basically they decide that since it's going to be impossible for them to find any holographic films that have no warning like that, they need to make their own. So they head down to the treasure room and dig out a video camera and begin shooting their own film. And basically, Jake wants to film a romantic comedy, and Finn wants to film like an action movie. And they go through and film all over the Mushroom Kingdom, and they just film random people going about their day, and then they set up different scenes that are action or that are romantic comedy scenes. Various hijinks ensue, and when they get back, they basically start bickering on which scene should be used in the film, and they leave it up to BMO to edit the film and make the best cut with the scenes that BMO thinks are the best. So BMO says that it's going to take about 20 hours to edit the film, so there's like a cut, and when we cut back, they're at their movie night, and all the gang is reassembled, and they're all back in their comfortable seating with their drinks, and they're sitting down to watch the film. And it turns out that the entire week that they were filming stuff, BMO was recording them fighting. And at the movie club, BMO screened their film, but it was actually just like a compilation. Then BMO sang over top of it and basically sang a little song about how Finn and Jake are supposed to be friends and they shouldn't be fighting and all that. And they make up, and everybody loves the film, and that's the end of the episode. Overall, very run-of-the-mill filler episode. It took me 4 minutes to explain, which should tell you something. But obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. I did not spot the snail in this one, but that's okay. We're going to end up spotting it in pretty much every single episode for the rest of this block after this, so that's perfectly fine. And no, there were no fart jokes. What else did I have written down? Oh, it was really neat seeing all the people around the land of Ooh going about their business in the different scenes where they were just filming them. I really think that this was the highlight of the episode for me, because it just kind of showed random people doing miscellaneous stuff in the land of Ooh, and it was some pretty decent world building, all things considered. But other than that, that's really all I have written down about this episode. I know this is a really, really short analysis. Not really a ton happens. It's very much an unassuming episode. This is the kind of episode that plays in the background while you're doing other stuff, and you don't stop doing whatever you're doing to watch it with your full attention. You just let it play in the background, if that makes any sense. And as such, I rated this one a 5.5 out of 10. Pretty much perfectly fine. Nothing interesting happened. Nothing terrible happened. So no complaints from me. And it was a nice little deep breath before our big moments coming at the end of this season. I know I keep hyping it up, but gotta hype it up. But yeah, overall, this was a pretty straightforward filler episode. Season 2, Episode 24 of Adventure Time, Mortal Folly, is by far the most important episode that we've had to watch in the show to date. And the reason for that is, one, it's a two-parter, which basically Episode 24 ends, and Episode 25 picks up right where Episode 24 left off. And two, it's by far the most important lore episode in the series that we've had yet. And the reason for that is we finally get a bunch of closure on some side plots, and we also get a bunch of callbacks to things that have happened in the previous episodes, and even just minor references and callbacks to things that were not super important in previous episodes. So it goes without saying that this episode is hugely important, and it was by far one of the best episodes that I've seen yet in this show. So I had a really, really good time reviewing this one and writing down all my notes, and this is by far the largest section for an episode in my notes yet. So I'm really excited to get in and talk about the plot with you guys. So without further ado, let's hop into the discussion of the plot of Mortal Folly. So this episode opens up, like many others, with Finn and Jake hanging out with Princess Bubblegum in the Candy Kingdom, and surprisingly, this is the first time where we don't see them being tricked into doing something for her under the ruse that they're going to hang out and be friends. PB actually invited them over to teach them how to meditate, which is, kind of actually a good reason to invite them over, and it's important for heroes like Finn and Jake to know how to balance their mind and their soul and all that kind of stuff. So for once, PB is actually being kind of useful. And basically, Finn and Jake are having a really, really hard time remaining calm and clearing their mind and all that junk. But PB, obviously being an experienced meditator, is not. And she has completely cleared her mind, and all of a sudden she has a premonition of the Lich, which the Lich / the Lich King has been briefly mentioned in some of the previous episodes, including the Billy episode when it talks about how Billy defeated the Lich King. But in this episode, we're about to get a whole buttload more lore about the Lich King. So here's some stuff about that. So basically, after Princess Bubblegum has this premonition, she starts to get worried about the Lich King because it's revealed that she actually has him locked up in the Candy Kingdom. And so she takes Finn and Jake and leads them to the top of the tree in the center of the Candy Kingdom, which is described to be where they're holding the Lich King. And we are then treated to an excellent little bit of a lore dive from Princess Bubblegum, where she explains how the Lich King basically was using the planet's life force to convert into holy power in an attempt to destroy the land of Ooh. And the hero Billy ended up putting a stop to him by using his magical gauntlet to beat the shit out of him, and then he made him go inside of this tree sap resin thing in the middle of this tree where he would be locked away forever, unable to escape and hurt anybody. But it is important to note that at this point they are inside of this room at the top of the tree, and the Lich King is trapped inside of this resin. And Princess Bubblegum gave Finn and Jake her earrings, which turned into these necklaces that basically had a crystal similar to the one on her crown and the one that Billy wore as well, which we are taught through the lore dive from Princess Bubblegum prevents the Lich King from influencing your mind. So thankfully, because of the crystals that Billy wears, the crystal that Princess Bubblegum wears, and now these crystal necklaces that Finn and Jake are wearing, they are safe from falling under the influence of the Lich King. But unfortunately for our heroes, our friend the snail that we've been trying to spot in every single episode of the show so far pops out of Finn's backpack. It turns out he was hiding in there, and he waves to us with that iconic wave, and he does not have a crystal. So our friend the snail falls under the influence of the Lich, and as such the snail climbs down off of Finn and heads over to the resin jail that the Lich King is stuck inside of and breaks it open to help him escape. And so the Lich King leaks out of his resin chamber and escapes by basically destroying a hole in the side of the tree, and we can see him leaving a trail of death behind him as he kills everything that he touches and escapes to wreak havoc on the land of Oo. And at this point, everybody's shocked, and it's up to Finn and Jake to gear up and set off to try and stop the Lich King before he arrives at his well of power, which we are actually revealed as well is inside of a subway system in that destroyed city that we saw in the Ocean of Fear episode. So really awesome connection there. I was a huge fan of this, and I was smiling ear to ear at this. And before they head off, Princess Bubblegum takes them to another secret room where basically she gears Finn up by giving him Billy's gauntlet, which shrinks down to his hand size instead of Billy's massive blue hands. And then she also gives Finn a sweater that she made because she heard that it was very cold in the Lich's well of power. And basically she explains to Finn that this sweater was made by her to protect him, and it's imbued with her love, which will become important later on. It's then that the Ice King shows up, and he basically kind of appears to be a comic relief in this very otherwise serious episode. And he's basically shown up with the hopes that if he just asks Finn and Jake nicely, they'll give their blessing to have him marry Princess Bubblegum, which obviously they're not going to. And the Ice King keeps showing up at random points in this episode to basically kind of give us a little bit of comic relief when we're getting too serious, and also to kind of act as a minor inconvenience for Finn and Jake throughout the plot of this episode / this two-part episode. So after they've sent away the Ice King, Finn and Jake head off and start traveling across the land of Oo to try and catch up to the Lich, and they can track him by following this trail of death that he's leaving behind because of the fact that he absorbs all energy from life itself. And while they're on the way, the Ice King does actually get in their way once more, and he makes a bunch of ice barriers, and Finn turns on the gauntlet for the first time and tests it out on the Ice King's ice cage that he made around them. And it turns out that this gauntlet is actually really badass. It literally shoots a beam of light that cuts through everything that it hits. And so Finn basically just spins in a circle inside of this ice prison that the Ice King tried to capture them in, and it makes the whole thing collapse down, and they're able to escape. And the Ice King continues to chase after them, but fortunately for them, it does not end up working, and they manage to fully get away. They then reach the ocean, and we're treated to a nice little reference to the Season 1 episode Season 1, Episode 8, where the businessmen were in the ice cap and they built the gauntlet dock. Because we actually see the gauntlet dock in the background, which was a really, really nice continuity thing. And honestly, it made me smile even more because I love the fact that they're kind of just confirming for us that all these things that have happened thus far in the show actually happened and are important to the lore. But either way, then they set off into the ocean, and Finn is still too scared to, like, swim or anything. So, naturally, Jake turns into a dinghy dog, and they shoot off into the ocean with Jake paddling slowly as a boat. And Finn apologizes to the gauntlet because earlier he had to get it to shut off by hitting it in the eye, and asks for its help once more, which it obliges. And they use the light beam blasting out of the gauntlet to basically make a motor for their boat. And the Ice King tries to meet up with them once again at this point. And it's revealed that he actually went back and captured Princess Bubblegum. And when Finn and Jake see this, they basically decide that they have to save Princess Bubblegum after they stop the Lich King. So they let him go for now, and they even blast the water below the boat and shoot the boat up into the air to go over the Ice King, which drenches him and Princess Bubblegum in water. But they continue on from there, and they eventually reach the city. And like I mentioned before, it does appear to be the city from Ocean of Fear, even though it's not quite as flooded as it was in that episode. And that's because there's all these destroyed buildings, and there's these tanks from like an old war. And of course, it would only make sense that this would be the same city, considering the fact that it's so close to the ocean anyway. But once they arrive, basically they see a subway station entrance that goes underground. And this was described to them by Princess Bubblegum to be the entrance to the Lich King's Well of Power. So when they head down there, they find themselves in an old dilapidated subway station, and immediately the Lich King raises some undead skeletons that try and fight them. And Finn, in this really awesome action sequence, like blasts all these skeletons with the gauntlet hand, and they even manage to grab him and rip his backpack to shreds, and he loses it and all of the stuff inside of it. But either way, with his sweater on and his gauntlet on his hand, he continues down further into the Lich King's lair. And it's basically, it gets to the point where it's just a hole in the ground, and then you can see down into it. And there's the Lich King next to this giant pool of nuclear waste. And he's just like waiting to start regaining his energy. And Finn gets down there and immediately starts fighting him. Keep in mind, he's still wearing that necklace thing, so he's safe from the Lich King's influence. And he fights him for a while with the gauntlet, and he manages to knock him back. But unfortunately, the Lich King does actually manage to stop Finn, and I'm pretty sure he smashes the gauntlet. And Finn's like, oh fuck. And at this point, Jake has joined, Princess Bubblegum and the Ice King have joined, and they're all watching this battle go down. And then I'm pretty certain the next thing that happens is the Lich King manages to break the necklace that Finn's wearing that has the crystal, in order to stop him from being influenced by the Lich King's, coercion. And once he does, the Lich King starts to enter Finn's mind and try and corrupt it. And he's like, oh, Finn the human, step into the well of power, Finn. And Finn, kind of starts to feel his influence a little bit, but then he completely snaps out of it, and he realizes that he actually has something that can protect him even more than the crystal, and that's the love of Princess Bubblegum, which has been imbued in this sweater. And that scene where she gave him the sweater was seriously so sentimental, and it was by far the most wholesome and serious scene in the entire episode. But I feel like this scene in particular, too, during the fight, concretely certifies the fact that the canon ship for this show, going forward, at least for the time being, is going to be Princess Bubblegum and Finn. I know that'll change up eventually, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But literally, it's basically confirmed in the show that Princess Bubblegum must love Finn to some extent, because the fact that she gave him the sweater and it's imbued with her love stops the Lich King at this point. And Finn even goes as far after the Lich King stops trying to influence him to take the sweater and put it through the eye sockets on his skull head and like fuck him up and basically defeat him using the sweater. And that's how he manages to defeat the Lich King. And the day is saved, and everyone's relieved that the Lich King has been stopped and defeated rather than just trapped like he was before by Billy. And now Finn turns his attention to the Ice King, who has still captured the princess. And basically, the Ice King's just like, hey, fine, I'll let her go. I don't care. And so he lets go of Princess Bubblegum, but he happened to have been floating over top of the well of the Lich King. So as soon as he lets go of Princess Bubblegum, she falls into the Lich King's nuclear waste vat pit well of power thing and basically fucking dies. And that's the end of the episode. And that was another like what the fuck ending. I love it when they do these. They did it with Tree Trunks when she exploded when she touched the crystal gem apple. They did it with Finn and the soy human thing in the Rainicorn episode. They've done it a million other times as well, but I love it when they do these like super insane what the fuck endings and then just cut to the end credits, because the fact that the end credits song is that one island song and it's like, come along with me. It's so funny to me because literally it's like, Princess Bubblegum, no! Come along with me. And I don't know. I love it. I love that about this show so much. And whenever they do that particular gag, it always manages to make me smile. I love it so much. But what else do I have to say about this particular episode? So, one, I want to say this was probably my favorite episode of the show, hands down so far. And I think it's pretty obvious why, but in case it wasn't, the action scenes were spectacular, and this was some of the most, like, combat-y, like, really action-packed that we've seen the show so far, and I loved watching Finn, like, dispatch those fucking skeletons in that one scene. It was really, really cool. And when he, like, uses the gauntlet to make the boat Jake go faster, that was really, really awesome, too. There was some interesting artistically creative scenes, like we saw the city again, which was really awesome. The Lich King himself is very highly detailed as far as our art goes, and that's not even mentioning the fact that this episode by far has the most emotional weight that we've seen in the show's run thus far. Literally, it's like almost, tear-causing when Finn and Jake and Princess Bubblegum are having to hug before they go off to fight the Lich King. And we haven't had anything like this in the show so far. Like, it's seriously such a, serious, emotional moment. And the whole entire show has had nothing like this so far. And the fact that they just dropped this in, 3 episodes before the end of the season, not even on the last episode of the season, is nuts. And this is honestly gotta be the true season finale for me. Even though there will be an episode after this 2-parter, this episode held so much weight that in my head this is the season finale that we deserve. But it seriously was just so wonderful. And so to recap, no, this was not a filler episode. Yes, we did spot the snail. In fact, the snail is now presumably under the control of the Lich King, and the Lich King has poisoned his mind. But now that the Lich King's dead, he's perfectly fine and safe, right? And of course, obviously, this was not an episode that had fart jokes. They were going way too serious. I would not have been surprised if they would have slipped one in at some point, but they kept it serious throughout the entire episode, and there was not a single fart joke. One of the cutest moments in the episode, other than the sentimental hugging scene, was when the Ice King was asking Finn and Jake's permission to marry the princess. He literally was like, come on, guys, I'll do a little dance for ya. And then he proceeds to do a little dance, and it's so cute and hilarious. I love the Ice King. He's one of the best characters in the show by far. Cool moments. The city. I talked about this before in the Ocean of Fear episode, but they seriously, like, do such cool stuff with, like, the lore for this world and all this implied lore and stuff. They don't even have to tell us that there was a war. The fact that they just showed us this giant-ass destroyed city is like, whoa, what the fuck happened to this place before it became the land of Ooh? And it makes you wonder, like, is this supposed to be Earth prior or after some massive war, or what's going on? Is this ruins of this city something that was caused by the Great Mushroom War? I don't know. I just love all this implied world building that they do in this show, and it's really, really fascinating to see that at one point this world must have looked like ours and had cities with skyscrapers and traffic lights and all that kind of stuff, because all of that's there in the background of the episodes, you know. And it's like, well, it's awesome seeing that implied lore. Other than that, I don't think I really have anything else to say about this one. We've got a whole part 2 to dive into, so I'm not really, like, super over the top trying to go any further into this episode, because I've already been talking about it for quite a while. But honestly, this episode was so good, and if you're doing a rewatch of Adventure Time and you're only watching the episodes that really matter to the plot, this has to be one of the ones you watch, because this is like the first episode that's huge and super important to everything. And I really, really liked it, and I hope as we get further into the show, the whole series starts to be episodes like this, or at least have more elements of stuff like this, because I seriously, like, was so hyped by the time this episode was over. I gave this one a 9 out of 10, and I did not look back. And it'll be interesting to see at the end of this what IMDb has for this episode, because I feel like the quality jump as far as the storytelling went from, like, solid 6 to, like, probably a 9 or a 10. It was really that good. But there we have it, folks. Now let's move on to part 2. And now for part 2 of our Lich King saga, Season 2, Episode 25, Mortal Recoil. So Mortal Recoil picks up right where the last episode left off, and Princess Bubblegum has been rushed back to the Candy Kingdom after the incident involving the Lich King's pool of power and her falling into it. And basically, she's in critical condition in the ER, and she's barely being kept alive at this point. Like, she's been turned into goopy gum, and the doctors have to put in tireless hours of work to reassemble her. But they finally managed to, and just barely managed to, help her escape with her life from this tragic accident. And basically, once she wakes up from the surgery, she's rushed off to her room in the Candy Castle to rest up and recover, because this was a seriously horrific injury. And Finn and Jake swear to take care of her and bring her anything she needs while she's recovering, and also, of course, protect her while she's vulnerable and laying in bed. And so they head on over to her room, and they start to protect her, and she's acting very, very weird. It's immediately clear that something's wrong, and either, you know, she got messed up because of this accident, or there's something more sinister going on. But basically, Finn kind of doesn't really see it, but Jake can kind of detect it almost immediately. And Finn starts to admit he has feelings for her, but then Princess Bubblegum kind of breaks character and says, like, "Hey, Finn, I need you to get something for me." And she gives Finn a list of things to get for her, and he heads off on his way. And Jake comes into the room and basically offers to keep an eye on and protect the princess while Finn's gone. And Jake, if you recall, is the musical one, so he comes up with the idea to help Princess Bubblegum heal and be entertained while she's recovering by playing her some music. So he goes and grabs like a portable tape player and a microphone, and he turns his ass into some drums and starts doing a little like bongo drum beat and singing a little song, and Princess Bubblegum is not having it. She's getting fucking pissed off, and basically it gets to the point where she snaps at Jake, and when she does, her voice is all deep, and literally she catches on fire, and it's like all fucking creepy and scary and shit. And this is only after, too, her body contorts in this disgusting like cracking motion multiple times. It was really, really weird. But scared from all the fire and everything, Jake runs out into the hallway and starts to panic, and he's like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And Princess Bubblegum's still in there on fire in her bed. And just then, Finn returns from gathering the things Princess Bubblegum needed. And Jake's like, what the hell do you have, man? And he's like, oh, it's just lady stuff. You know, bleach, plutonium, and like all this fucking random chemicals and shit. And Jake's like, hey, man, you can't go back in there. She's on fire, dude. She was acting really weird. And just then, Princess Bubblegum pops out of her bedroom and scoops up all the shit Finn brought for her, and she's like, thanks, Finn, and goes back into the room and heads into the bathroom in her bedroom. And Finn and Jake open the door, and there's no obvious like evidence that there was anything on fire, and we can just see a light coming from underneath the bathroom door and a shadow moving around. But naturally, Finn and Jake go to wait outside of the bathroom door, but Jake's still concerned, so he peeks in through a keyhole, despite Finn telling him that that's pervy. And there's a funny moment where Jake in the keyhole sees what's going on, and he's like, oh my god! And Finn's like, hey man, what's going on? What are you doing? Knock it off! And he's like, no, Finn, you gotta look at this! He's like, bro, no, gross, what the hell? And he forces him to look in there, and of course what we end up seeing is nothing disgusting or inappropriate or, you know, perverted in any way. Princess Bubblegum has turned into a giant, like, black-limbed monster, and the bathtub is full of tons of toxic chemical waste, and she's drinking it. And when they break open the door and get in there, she literally picks up the whole ass tub and drinks the whole ass tub like, you know, like it's a fucking bottle of Gatorade. And I didn't mention it up until this point, but the Ice King has kind of been in the background in this episode, basically occasionally like trying to get into the princess's room to see her. And on one hand, it seems like he's just kind of like trying to, you know, be his normal, like, conniving self, but it also kind of seems like he's genuinely concerned for her underneath it all, despite the fact that he keeps saying that he wants to make sure that his bride is not, you know, fucked up from the accident and all ugly now and stuff like that. It does seem like he actually does care underneath everything, especially since it's his fault that all this happened. And he admits that he actually saw the Lich King enter Princess Bubblegum, like, and possess her after everything that happened at the Well of Power. And he didn't say anything before because nobody would listen to him, so... but basically what they end up deciding is Princess Bubblegum has now grown huge from all this chemical waste, and she's destroying the Candy Kingdom as a giant, and they need to team up with the Ice King to stop her. And what ends up happening is they make the Ice King freeze her, and that's how they're going to basically slow her down so they can try and put a stop to her. But what ends up happening instead is the Ice King freezes Princess Bubblegum giant Lich King thing, and she falls over as like a frozen piece and literally shatters into a million pieces and just fucking dies again. And Princess Bubblegum dies for the second time in this like 2 episode span, which is kind of funny. And she's just basically chunks of meat. Like, you literally see the giant Princess Bubblegum like smash into the ground, and there's like ice, and then like she turns into a bunch of random frozen chunks of meat. And it was kind of like gross in like a gore kind of way, honestly. It was just kind of freaky. There was no like blood or anything, but you could like see bones and shit. And so obviously Ice Cube Princess Bubblegum is then rushed to the emergency room once again, and they perform emergency surgery on her once again. Except this time, they did not have enough gum to fully reassemble Princess Bubblegum as she was. And instead, they reassembled Princess Bubblegum as a younger version of herself. A version that happens to be 13 years old, which just happens to also be the same age as Finn. Obviously, this is the writers starting to push Princess Bubblegum and Finn as a ship even harder. But I do have to say, I think that young Princess Bubblegum and Finn are kind of cute and way better than fully grown adult Princess Bubblegum and like literal 13-year-old Finn, because they were kind of pushing that before, which is kind of weird from a technical standpoint. But now that they're the same age, I'm kind of more on board, and it's kind of more acceptable to me. I mean, I'll always be a Marceline Finn shipper, but this is more acceptable if they're going to try and shove Princess Bubblegum down our throats, in my opinion. And plus, she's really cute when she's like a 13-year-old kid, so there's that as well. But she's at least alive, and now she's going to be growing up at the same age as Finn. I have no idea if she returns to her former age. Like, they sort of write into the story that she like ages faster or something like that. I honestly can't remember. But I don't think I ever got far enough to see her age up really more than any further than Finn. So we'll have to see what ends up happening with this. But honestly, it's just a really interesting plot line for the show to have, and I'm a fan of it. And the fact that she had to be killed twice for it to happen is kind of hilarious too. I kind of previously hated Princess Bubblegum, so it was funny that they gave me inadvertent fan service by killing her twice in the show. But do with that what you will. Either way, I think it was a really, really, really good choice. And I should also mention as well, obviously, no, I'm not considering this a filler episode because it was a continuation of the last episode. And yes, I did spot the snail at the very end of the episode after like everything's been kind of resumed to calmness and the day's saved and Princess Bubblegum's like healed, albeit as a 13-year-old girl. We see our friend Mr. Snail in the background, presumably still possessed by the Lich, because he still has those eyes. So that's probably going to come back up later on, I'd assume. But it's kind of creepy and suspenseful either way. And no, there was no fart jokes in this one, still surprisingly. It seems to be like, this sort of thing that they're going to keep carrying on with, not having fart jokes. There's been significantly less than usual. But yeah, really that's all I have to say about this one. It was pretty straightforward compared to the previous episode with all of that crazy lore and callbacks and everything. But overall, it was a nice part 2. I think they would have benefited, honestly, from making this the first episode of the next season instead of just putting them back to back like this and then having a random filler episode at the end of the season. But maybe that's how they wanted to do it. I know sometimes with TV shows, they don't really get to air them how they want. That happened a lot with like iCarly and stuff like that. So I assume that this is what they wanted, but they didn't end up getting it. But either way, it was a good little block of 2 episodes there. And now we have to move on and talk about one more episode for this season, a filler episode. Alrighty, time for the last episode of Season 2, Episode 26, Heat Signature. If you recall from the Video Makers episode just a few episodes ago, there is an in-universe movie series called Heat Signature, and Finn and Jake have been collecting the holographic video recordings of the films. And they were showing Heat Signature 3 at their movie club when they realized the FBI warning, and they decided to pull the plug on it last minute. In this episode, Finn and Jake are headed over to Marceline's in order to do a screening of Heat Signature with her and a couple of her ghostly friends. And when they show up, all of them get ready to start watching the film, and Finn and Jake complain that Marceline's couch is uncomfortable, and she explains the reason it's uncomfortable is because she never actually sits on it, so she doesn't need it to be comfortable. She just floats above the couch anyway. And Finn and Jake talk about how they wish that they were vampires so they could float like her. So Marceline and her ghostly friends have the idea to basically gaslight Finn and Jake and pull a prank on them and make them think that they're vampires. So Marceline does a fake biting ritual where she gets a little bit of ketchup on her fingers and then makes fake bite marks on Finn and Jake's necks. And they spend the rest of the episode basically tricking them into thinking that they're vampires. And they do this by pretending to have them drink the color red out of objects like Marceline does. They convince them that they're invisible and then convince them to go harass the lumpy space princess at her homeless camp in the middle of the woods. And then at the very end, Marceline's friends kind of take things too far and they're having too much fun gaslighting Finn and Jake. So they decide to tell them that if they want to float like vampires, they need to jump off a really, really tall spot in Oo. And Marceline says that this is like too far and she puts a stop to it, and she ends up having to catch them before they, hit the ground and die. And basically the ghosts are like, whatever, Marceline, and they invite Finn and Jake over to their house for a party, in air quotes, but in reality they're trying to get Finn and Jake to head over there so they can suck their guts through their brains. And Marceline makes them promise not to go, and they say they won't, but then they end up going anyway, obviously, which lets them fall into this obvious trap, and they get their guts sucked out through their brains, or at least start to. But Marceline comes and interrupts things and stops it for a moment, and tries to save them. But alas, vampires are no match for ghosts. So then they start sucking their brains out of their guts out of their brains again. But Finn says, "Oh man, I wish we could just watch Heat Signature." And the ghosts are like, "Wait, Heat Signature? We love that movie." And they must not have realized that was the movie that they were going to watch originally. So everybody heads back to Marceline's house and sits down and relaxes and enjoys a little bit of Heat Signature. And that's the end of the episode. Overall, this one's pretty straightforward, and it was a nice little filler episode to sort of bookend this whole epic saga that we just got off the back of. And the funniest part by far was when they were harassing Lumpy Space Princess, because Jake sees that she's camped out in the woods for the first time, and he goes, "Holy crap, Lumpy Space Princess is a hobo!" And it was really funny. And then they think they're invisible, so they're literally like throwing shit all over the place and like rolling out toilet paper and wasting all of her toilet paper. And then there's the iconic can of beans line. You know the line, because she's like, "I'm actually doing so great right now. Like, I just found this can of beans." And then when they're pretending to be ghosts, invisible and all that, they accidentally knock over her can of beans, and she's talking to her friend Vanessa on the phone, and she's like, "Oh my god, Vanessa, they knocked over my beans." And I don't know, funny Lumpy Space Princess shenanigans. Do I have anything else to say about this episode, really? Well, let's find out. Obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. I did not spot the snail. He was probably taking a well-deserved break after everything that he did in the last two episodes. There was a funny gag. The ghosts lived at 25 Blood Drive, which was a pretty funny little on-the-nose joke there. But other than that, I really think that's about it. There was also a picture of Marceline as a baby being held by her mom on the wall to her house. And I wanted to bring that up because I thought it was important because of the fact that it's like, some lore for Marceline there. I mean, we already kind of established that Marceline had a much better relationship with her mom than her dad, but it's good to see a little bit of reinforcement of that. But that's really about it for that one there, folks. And there we have it, folks. That's the end of the Supercut for Season 2 of Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. I appreciate anybody who's listened this far, because this is probably going to end up being another insanely long podcast. I know the Season 1 Supercut ended up being over 6 hours long, so I imagine that this one will end up being either about the same or maybe even a little bit more. It seems like there was a lot longer episodes at some points in here, where I ended up talking for more like 15 minutes than 10 minutes, like I kind of try and shoot for. So hopefully this video / podcast wasn't too long, because if you're listening to this, you probably don't even care, because you're probably just into long form content. But either way, if you did listen to this entire Supercut, shout outs to you. That's actually really, really impressive, and I don't know who'd want to listen to me talk for 6+ hours. So if you did, I really, really appreciate it. And even if you didn't and you've been kind of jumping around, I want you to know that I appreciate the support, and I appreciate you listening to this podcast or watching this YouTube video. And if for some reason after watching this you think that you want to listen to me review the episodes as I'm watching them, I actually do upload 5-episode chunks of this series to my podcast channels. The easiest way for me to find it is to go over to Spotify and search up Switched Podcast. But honestly, you can find the Switched Podcast on any podcast compatible platform for the most part, at least the most popular ones. I imagine there's some more obscure ones where you can't find the show, but that's their problem, not mine. But either way, I really, really appreciate you guys listening, and be on the lookout for Season 3. The Supercut will probably be out in a month or two, but if you want to listen to me review the episodes as I'm watching them, certainly head over to the podcast channel. I'll leave a link in the description. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and have yourselves a great day. Bye-bye.